Hello, welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway, live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, and we do welcome you to it. Thanks for being a part of another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. The sim, we're a little bit farther away than that. We are in Hawaii. We're going to be working on finishing up the Honolulu Control Facility's Pilot Passport Challenge here in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. Happy Memorial Day, I shall say, to those of you celebrating that in the U.S. I will say Happy Memorial Day with a slight caveat, of course, and let me to explain further what I mean by a caveat. So many of you know, and as I just said in the introduction, I live and work in a beach resort town in the Mid-Atlantic. So because it's in the Mid-Atlantic and not in some place like Florida, the climate here is not really beach-going weather for the entire year. As a matter of fact, the peak summer season, it kind of coincides with the time that the kids are traditionally off from school, more or less, plus or minus. And we've always considered the main peak season here, down here in this town, to be roughly Memorial Day until roughly Labor Day. And of course, the town promotes other events that happen in the spring and fall, and then not as much in the off season. Like the winter season, but in the spring and fall, there's still things to do. But the primary peak visitor season and the beach going season, always kind of has been Memorial Day to Labor Day. And with the kids being off of school, Memorial Day is kind of that flagship holiday that means that summer is basically here, or at least is imminent. And in my family, on top of that, we have the additional kind of summer kickoff that my sister and I both share a birthday, which always falls right near Memorial Day. So it's definitely kind of a family celebration, a family tradition to get together for a cookout. And of course, in Maryland, that also means crab feast and all that sort of stuff. What happens to sometimes get lost in all of that is that the holiday of Memorial Day is really there to recognize those who have lost their lives in military service. So, as I say, Happy Memorial Day, I hope that you had a happy weekend if you celebrated it, and you had a happy family gathering if you had one of those. But I hope that it wasn't lost on any of you that the meaning of the holiday is to a little bit more somber, but it is to give thanks to those who gave their lives in the protection of our country. And honestly, I don't even mean that necessarily as an American thing necessarily either. I think it's a day that any of you who who know friends and family that serve in the military for whatever country you happen to live in, or have friends and relatives who have given their lives in service of military service to your country. It's a great moment to kind of pause and reflect on that and give thanks for those people. I heard it put this way some time ago. Captain Chris A320. Hey, good. Welcome to see. Good to see you. Check your Twitch whispers when you get a chance. Anyway, back to the topic of Memorial Day. I heard it put this way: Armed Forces Day in the U.S. is the day that we recognize the folks that that wear the uniform in military service. Veterans Day is the day that we recognize the folks who used to wear the uniform in military service. Well, Memorial Day, again, a bit more somber. Memorial Day is the day that you recognize those who never got the opportunity to take off the uniform at the end of their military service. So that kind of puts it in perspective again. So when I say Happy Memorial Day, I do mean it in the bigger context of all of that. But in terms of any family gatherings that you may have had over the weekend, I hope that you were happy, healthy, and safe in all of them. And I can happily report that I and my family were. And so we appreciate all of that, and we appreciate all of you coming to hang out with us this evening. Yeah, Kim OG is here. CB Flyer is here. Cap Chris A320 stopping in. Welcome, guys. Yeah, we're gonna do some more. Yeah, we're gonna do some more VFR flying, Cap Chris, for certain today. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, well, weather here on the East Coast. Yeah, it's not favorable weather here on the East Coast. Central Maryland had rain earlier today. It kind of moved off. My wife and I were watching a roller coaster ride of a Baltimore Orioles Major League Baseball game this afternoon. The weather toward the end of that cleared up. Kind of later in the afternoon. Down here on the eastern shore, the weather has kind of moved in our direction. So, yeah, it's not real favorable weather on the East Coast. And we've got some pretty good storm cells moving through what look like the Richmond area, perhaps. Yeah. Richmond, Central Virginia, maybe down into North Carolina. So anybody watching the stream from that area, please do be careful, be safe. We got some good storm cells down here near Athens, Georgia, it looks like, just east of Atlanta. So again, anyone watching from that region, please be careful, please be safe. And then what's this down here? Alma, is that South Carolina, Florida, Georgia? I'm not sure exactly where Alma is. But this region here, just north of Tallahassee, north and east of Tallahassee, north and west of Jacksonville. Yeah, so that would be Savannah, Georgia area. Yeah, coming towards Savannah. And then what do we got? Another one down here. This is more like Tallahassee actually over here. So yeah, I said Tallahassee when I meant Jacksonville. Tallahassee's over here. But yeah, we got some good storm cells moving through the mid-Atlantic and the southeastern U.S. Oh, some more in central Texas. Man, there's crappy weather all across the U.S. today. This is all kind of looks like Denver, Colorado area, New Mexico area, Arizona. Lots of really intense weather. We got some red cells up here as well. So yeah, and then even here, coming across the northern end of kind of Minnesota and then kind of in the area of Winnipeg, it looks like too. So wow, lots and lots of crappy weather all across. So everybody stay safe, and man, don't don't hesitate to take cover. Just because you think I'm saying something funny or interesting, don't hesitate to take cover if you need to, friends. Fortunately, out here in Hawaii, we've got some smatterings of precipitation around, but it looks like for the most part, our journey today should be fairly favorable in terms of weather, but we are expecting some gusty winds to contend with. We got 15 gusting to 23 there. Honolulu reporting 16 gusting to 26 at the moment. Molokai 17 gusting to 30, so it's getting worse as we travel east. The Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge is kind of a we first saw this challenge appear on the Atlanta ARTCC website, and then Honolulu Control Facility came up with their version of it, very similar. But if you go to the VHCF, and again it stands for Honolulu Control Facility, and the V for virtual, VHCF.net, go under the Pilots tab, and at the bottom, Passport Challenge. You'll be prompted to log in if you aren't already. And again, the idea is that there's 3 different programs or lists that you can enroll in, and there's no penalty for enrolling in all 3, so you might as well just do that. When you go over here to Passport Book, you'll then have 3 lists, and in the case of Hawaii's, it's the big airports, the small airports, and then Guam. We did a stream and in Guam and the Marianas Islands a little bit ago, and we knocked out all 5 of the locations there. The big airports and small airports list, so we have total of 6 locations left to go. Of course, by the fact that we've spawned in at Port Allen, it's gone ahead and recognized our visit there. So we've actually got 5 left to go, 2 on this list and 3 on the big airports list. So we'll be visiting those, and we're making those 5 stops tonight, and then it'll count as the 6th will be the one that we spawned in at, which here is Port Allen, as I just mentioned. And the way this works is once you visit these locations on the VATSIM network, it automatically stamps your passport book with the call sign and the aircraft type and equipment code that you used and the date and time of your visit. So we'll be finishing that up. And then over here we got achievements. The image is broken. I know that the website here at VHCF got changed from one hosting provider to another, so I'm assuming in that process the image of the medal got broken there. But anyway, it does, kind of gives you a nice, and the certificate works, I'm pretty sure. But it gives you a nice little recognition for having completed those books, and we should, if all goes well, finish the other 2 this evening. We got the got the certificate that recognizes that. So very cool stuff, and we'll have 2 more of those by the end of the evening, again, if all goes well. Doesn't appear at the moment that we have any VATSIM air traffic control in this region, but that can certainly change at any given moment, so we will always kind of keep an eye and ear out for that. We are starting here at Port Allen, as I mentioned, and that's where we've spawned in. We've got the 5 stops to make. Oh my goodness. Puppies are warning the wifey of some major invasion happening in the front door. I don't know if the food's being delivered or what's happening up there that they're going bonkers over. First stop we're going to make tonight is Kauai Hapai, and this is, by the way, one of the nights that I am going to be worse than usual at butchering all the place names, so I apologize in advance for that. So Kauai Hapai Airfield is going to be our first stop. It's a 9,000-foot east and west airfield. We're going to hop down to the south and east. We'll maybe see if we can avoid some of this restricted airspace and kind of come around either the coast, or maybe we'll come up through the center if we're able to terrain-wise. This name of this town is Wahiawa, I assume. The airfield is called Wheeler Army Airfield. AAF is Army Airfield. So the one thing that Hawaii, the Honolulu Control Facility did was it included a lot of military or partially military fields in its list. And I typically don't visit military fields on VATSIM much. So this is going to be kind of an exception. We did a trip out to Barking Sands Missile Range Airport a number of streams ago, a couple months ago. So that's not something that I ordinarily do as I fly, civilian-style flights on the network. But in order to complete this challenge, we'll make that exception, and we'll stop here at Wheeler Army Airfield. The one that we have to visit that's probably the most major facility on the list is Honolulu itself. The Daniel Inouye International Airport in the right there in the Honolulu and the Pearl Harbor area. Matter of fact, we'll be flying over the Arizona Memorial in terms of it being Memorial Day. And VATSIM kind of frowns upon making a big deal about recognizing tragedy in your flights, but this will just so happens that we're going to be passing pretty close to the Arizona Memorial on this third hop here, making our way to Honolulu right there near Pearl Harbor. We will then continue north and east to Kaneohe Bay. This is a Marine Corps Air Station, MCAS, I believe is what that stands for. So again, another military facility, but we'll visit there as well. And then we'll make one final hop. This will be, I think, our longest, 42, or is this first leg going to be our longest? That first leg's going to be twice that, so almost twice that. But 42 miles across the Kaiwi Channel here to end up on the island of Molokai, and the main airport here at Molokai will be our final stop for the evening. In terms of the number of stops and the total distance, it's not that dissimilar from like a river run. So I think we should be fine in terms of the time allotted to get these taken care of. So our first order of business is to depart Port Allen, and either we'll go straight out or maybe a left down. Well, they want a right pattern to runway 9, so I guess if we depart runway 9, it'll be a right-hand pattern to the downwind. If we depart, runway 9 will be departing eastbound. 9 will be the straight out, so the right pattern won't even come into play. So straight out from runway 9 or a left downwind off of runway 27. See, that makes more sense. They like you to be over the water for noise abatement. But straight out from runway 9 or a left downwind departure off runway 27 to get going to the east. And again, this will be the longest of our 5 legs of the evening. Nice open water leg and a single engine piston aircraft, so we will of course need to make sure that our maintenance is up to date and that we have our life preserver on board, so we'll make sure we do that. Mind if I join you for a few legs? Asks It's Daily. No, absolutely. Anyone is always welcome to just pop in, spawn in, and fly along with us. Anytime, any stream. But then the final thing that we'll check while we got the map in front of us is the advisory frequency at Port Allen, 122.9er. And then once we get over here to Kauai Hapai, does it say? Oh, 123.0 here. So we'll have 122.8 tuned as we make the open water crossing, just as a generic en route advisory frequency to coordinate with anybody that we might need to coordinate with. So we're going to be making a fairly low altitude flight. And we'll pick up as much altitude as we feel we safely can in order to make sure that we've got as much glide distance as possible in case anything happens over the open water there. But yeah, at our origin, it's 22.9 is the common traffic advisory frequency, and then 23.0 at our destination. This is an 8 and 2.6, and if we do end up landing on 2.6, they do want a right-hand pattern to that again. over the open water for probably noise abatement purposes. So there's our itinerary, and the last thing to let you guys know for the evening is, of course, our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure is a side project that we do on each stream, where we essentially feed an image description into ChatGPT to have it generate an image that's roughly representative of what we're doing on that evening's stream. And then once I show it, you guys are more than welcome to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then once you've done that, if I have a moment that I'm not too busy with the airplane, I'll call your name and you can let me know in the chat what you would like to do to add to that image or modify that image. My wife and I had the opportunity months ago to watch a TV series called The White Lotus. The White Lotus takes place at a number of different, kind of high-end vacation resorts around the world. Each new season is kind of its own story. The very first season of that took place in Hawaii. So we now have the parody version of that, me and the pups, the White Slantas, as we are here at the White Slanta Resort in Ko'olina, Hawaii, and new season streaming this holiday. Paradise is overrated, as it says. Of course, aloha, privilege, pineapples, same drama there. So there's our slant artwork adventure to get us started, and you guys can let me know how you'd like to add to that image or modify that image by cashing in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. I know, right? I know. I got a little off the wall with that one, CB Flower. We'll have to see how much further off the rails that can go, but it already has kind of started from a standpoint of being unhinged, so we'll see. All right, I think it's time to run up to the airplane and start our pre-flight prep. Unixious is back with us. CB Flyer, hello. I know I acknowledged your message, but I don't think I said hello to you. Oh, you had the earlier message about the weather, yeah. Yeah, not great weather throughout the mainland U.S. right now. There's a lot of different places where it's really not great weather. Okay, so we'll pop the door open. We'll hop into the aircraft just for a moment. We will get the fuel valves opened up so we can get the control lock off, and I got the yoke just out of the way just so we can see circuit breakers and other switches. Everything is off down here for right now, which is good. Let's just load in. We just did an oil change in this aircraft, so we should be good from that standpoint. But let's go ahead and get the fuel and payload set. And I normally say I start with 25 gallons. 20 on each side. We end with way more than we need, so we'll start with 20 on each wing tank, and we'll go from there. So that's now been done. We can turn on the battery switch and all the light switches, and then we'll make our pass around the aircraft. Will this flight be part of the raffle? Yes. So we just did our raffle drawing on Sunday morning's ATC stream, but yes, this flight, the landings that we perform, and there should be 5 of them, will be the first 5 entries into what will end up being the June drawing, the June 24th drawing. All right, so we'll grab the flap lever, make sure that it doesn't move, and nice and sturdy and firm. No play in it. Grab the aileron, make sure that it moves freely, doesn't rubber catch anywhere. We get out to the tip tank. We don't need to do any kind of sump check in the tip tank, but we do want to make sure the nav light is on. And then over here, we want to make sure that the landing light is on, and it is. We'll take down the tie down. We'll remove the wheel chocks. We'll pop open the fuel tank. And it's hard to see from this angle, and I could climb up on top of the wing if I wanted to, but I'll pass on that. But this is where you would poke your head in. We know that we asked for 20 gallons to be put in, so just a visual inspection of the tank should show that it's approximately 2/3 full. If you want to be really thorough, you can put a dipstick down in there, and whatever the level of fluid on that dipstick indicates, would be a nice indication of whether or not you have as much fuel in the aircraft as you believe you do. But visual inspection, sometimes you can just eyeball it and say, okay, yeah, that's about 2/3 full. Make sure there's no obstructions or any foreign objects left in the engine air intake, and that the prop's all in good condition. No obvious damage there. We can pop open the Oil dipstick cover. We should have it just above the 9 mark. It's like, yeah, it's barely below the 9 mark, so it's close. It should have 10 quarts, but we'll show with 9 when it's cold. But it should be a nice light color, and you can see that it's a very light color. Matter of fact, it's so light because we just did the oil change in the most recent stream that we did in this aircraft. So it's a nice brand new oil almost. Unique just says, have a fun flight though. Got school. Just thought I could come in and say hi. Well, yeah, absolutely. Stop in anytime. Anytime. Left-hand wing tank, we're going to pop that open again, kind of lean over, poke our head in, make sure that it appears to be about 2/3 full. We poke a dipstick down there if we were nervous about that, but probably comfortable about eyeballing that and seeing that it is indeed 2/3 full. 20 gallons, capacity of 30, so that's why I say 2/3. We can remove the wheel chocks, the tie down, and the pitot cover. Let's make sure the left landing light is on, and it is. Again, no fuel check to do on the tip tanks as we're not carrying any, and hard to tell that red light is illuminated, but it is. And then we're going to check the left aileron, make sure that doesn't rubber catch anywhere, and the left flap should be nice and secure. Back behind the near the tail end of the fuselage, we've got a static port, but we want to make sure that it's unobstructed. Grab the horizontal surface, make sure that it moves freely. We'll grab the vertical surface. It should move, but not as freely. Pull up that final tie down, and then we'll come around here. Of course, we're going to put all the stuff, all the static elements we just removed from the aircraft will go into storage, but then we'll also bring our baggage for the evening. No obstruction in the right side static port as well. All right, so let's get into the baggage area. We'll take the small suitcase, the toolkit, and the duffel bag, and that other suitcase and that purse are not mine, officer, so away we go. All right, I think we are finished with that. We can kind of hop in. We can open up the windows. We want the ground crew, the ramp crew out here to be able to hear us when we call clear. So we'll open up the windows, but we'll go ahead and close and latch the door. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We would want to check that we can hear the beacon rotating, but we want to make sure that it's illuminated. And then I forgot to check that the strobe light underneath is also working, but we'll go ahead and take that on faith. But I always forget. The previous, the 2020 version had set stations. The pre-flight walk around had these set stations. So it was harder to forget harder to forget steps, since it automatically progressed you from each specific station to the next specific station. Whereas in this kind of free-form walk-around mode, it's on you as the pilot to remember all the steps that you need to check. And I have not gotten in a good habit of remembering to check all those lights. At least I got the landing lights and the nav lights today, but I've been forgetting to check the strobe and the beacon. But we'll go ahead and turn the strobe off and the landing lights off. We'll make sure that no circuit breakers are popped. If one was, it would look like that, but none of them are. We can go ahead and put throttle and mix forward. We're going to run the fuel pump for just a few moments. We're going to wait until fuel pressure comes up to about 5 there. Okay, and there it is. Once we have that, we'll unlock the primer. Fairly warm day in Hawaii, I would think, so we'll only pull it about 3 times. Let's keep the mix full forward, bring the prop down to maybe mix full forward, we'll keep the throttle down to about 10% here. Let's flip the magneto switch from right to left to both. This is where, of course, we would yell, clear, 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 clear. And if a ground crew person was standing that close to the aircraft, we would definitely make sure we had their attention, or else we would tell them to, hey, go away a little bit. I'm starting my engine here. We can gently advance the throttle forward while we're waiting for it to catch. There we go. Disengage starter. Throttle to 1,000. Check to make sure oil pressure came up right away. It did. Yeah, it needs a haircut. Long hair, hippie, freaky people. Let's get the throttle down to 1,000. We'll lean the mix out right to the point where that RPM starts to drop. And we can go ahead and close the windows up. Since we now have the engine turning and supplying its own fuel pressure, I'm going to turn off the electric fuel pump, and we should just make sure that the fuel pressure stays up. In other words, that the engine's got its own fuel pump that is connected by gear or belt to the engine. So we just want to make sure that that is functioning and providing fuel pressure to the engine, which it is. The electric fuel pump is really just a backup or to be used during the startup process. Anyway, all's looking good. Let's go ahead and get the avionics on. We can get COM1, NAV1 on, COM2, NAV2 on. We're squawking 1200. I'm just going to go throw that straight into altitude mode. ADF radio over there. This engine monitor, I ignore it, so it's going to flash red at me pretty much the entire flight, but I will hit reset a few times to at least stop that for now. The field elevation, we got an ATIS here, or I'm sorry, not an ATIS, we got a METAR here at Lihue, 3014, and then the field elevation at Port Allen is 24 feet. So let's set 3014 on the altimeter, and then see if that gets us close to 24 feet. Yeah, pretty close. So that seems like it's good. And then directional gyro, looks like we're parked at about a 305 magnetic heading. So we'll crank the directional gyro back to read that now. What was the wind at Lihue? 06 here. So it seems like a straight out departure off of runway 9 is going to make the most sense. So we will plan for that. I'm going to set the arrow to reflect the runway direction. 9 plus or minus 5 degrees, right? Probably. But that's close enough. And then our on course is a 0904 for 81 miles. So a very slight right turnout. More or less straight out. So we'll go by, we're going to do some dead reckoning. In other words, we're going to fly a compass heading for a given time in order to cover what we know to be 81 miles. We will have to adjust for wind. I don't have any real good information on wind forecast, but we've got a tailwind. So what will likely happen is we will reach this island before we intend or anticipate that we will. But really, this is going to be a pretty distinctive land feature to be looking for, right? When we are trekking along here, you know, that when the island comes into view, we pretty much aim for the closest point to us, and that should be Kiana Point, and then the airport should be just ahead of that. And a matter of fact, if we try to come in a little bit southerly and aim ourselves more toward Kiana Point than the airport, then we should, by virtue of doing that, we should avoid these warning areas. So that'll be our plan, and that means 095 rather than the 094 for 76 miles is the plan, and then straight in from there. We got some, was that restricted? Yeah, we got restricted airspace here just south of the coast, but it looks like if we go straight to the point and then stay north of the coastline, we will avoid the restricted airspace there. So that'll be our plan. Iowa Scotsman is here. Iowa Scotsman, thank you very kindly for stopping back in. And again, 22-9er, 23-0. So 22-9er. And then 22-8 is what we'll monitor once we are airborne. And then at our destination, 23-0. Be ready to swap into that, but for right now, we're going to monitor guard on COM2. Okay, and then, yeah, so we got gyro, we got altitude. We can check to make sure flaps are set for departure, so that's the first notch there. We'll make sure trim is set for departure. We'll crank it down until it's neutral. That's one crank below neutral. We'll bring it back up one. There's fine. Okay, and then the airport, I think we're going to end up having to back taxi. I don't think we have a whole parallel taxiway here. I think we're going to end up having to back taxi when we depart. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just have to do that as expediently as possible, especially if we've got someone flying along with us. All right, now 81 miles. Let's just kind of do the math now. 81 miles. We cover 2.5 miles a minute in this aircraft. So, so what is that? 35 minutes? 35 times 2 would be 70. And then 35 times a half would be another 15, 17. Yeah, so maybe not even 30. Maybe not even 35. 30 minutes? Yeah, 30 times 2 is 60. 30 times a half is another 15. That makes it 75. And then it's 76 miles to the point. So basically a half-hour flight once we're airborne. And then, again, we know it probably will be a little less than that if the winds are all coming. If the wind's coming out of the east, it's going to be a headwind. And if the winds are out of the east, then that's going to slow us down, not speed us up. Yeah, so easterly wind of, maybe up to 20 knots. So we might, instead of covering 2.5 miles a minute, we might only cover 2 miles a minute. That might make it closer to that 35-minute flight that we were just saying. Probably not 40, but could be close to that. All right, I think we got it. Let me run through my pre-flight flow list and make sure I'm not missing anything obvious here. So we did check our controls outside the plane, but we can check to make sure that they do move freely and correctly as commanded. And of course, we can't see the rudder from this position, but somebody poked their head outside the ramp and let us know that the rudder moved. And of course, we do have our life preserver as required. Port Allen traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is going to be back taxiing for runway 9er VFR eastbound departure, Port Allen. I was afraid of that, so this building is collidable. So what we'll do is we'll just push ourselves back a touch. Okay, so we're going to be departing to our left as the arrow is pointed along a runway heading, so that means we want to turn to our right. Oh, do we have a... okay, no, this is the runway here. Yeah, and we've already said we're going to be back taxiing. That windsock kind of pointed in the other direction as to what we thought. Yeah, so we're entering the runway. We'll get the strobe lights on. We'll hold off on the forward-facing lights until we're ready to go. We're going the run-up. I should have done the run-up prior to entering the runway here, but since we've entered the runway and we've got a friend flying along, we'll kind of expedite matters by YOLO method. I mean, clearly if we advance the throttles into takeoff power and something sounds off, we'll abort, but as of right now, we are just going to kind of rock and roll with whatever we got here. Alright, getting ready to go. So landing lights, pitot heat, and fuel pump can come on. Port Allen traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 9er. VFR straight out, eastbound departure, Port Allen. Okay, mix full. Flaps and trim set. Here comes takeoff power. Yeah, with right rudder in, you expect left aileron needed. Okay. Pitch to maintain 105. Since there's no obstacles to worry about, we'll go straight to the best rate of climb speed.
Port Allen traffic, North 6715 Tango, back taxiing on runway 9, intend straight out VFR departure on runway 9 at Port Allen.
And Port Allen traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear of runway 9, leaving the area to the east, straight out VFR, Port Allen. Alright, so gear came up once we were sure that we didn't need to return to pavement. Flaps can come up, fuel pump can come off, RPMs can come off the red line, and we'll get the manifold set to 24, RPM set to 24. Nice easy departure. And we lifted off just about quarter till the hour, so we think just about quarter after the hour we should be coming into view of our destination. Just going to try and keep it pointed about a 0905. 105 miles an hour. This gauge is in miles an hour, not in knots. I tend to say knots just out of habit, but we'll pitch to maintain 105, and I think we'll take it up. Cloud cover at Wheeler is reported at 4,400, so let's just do 3,500. Let's just do 3,500 to keep us below the reported bases.
6715 Tango, straight out departure runway 9 or to the east, Port Allen.
So we'll pitch to maintain the 105 up to 3,500. We'll keep 24 in the RPMs, 24 in the manifold. We'll have to adjust that upward slightly as we climb. Manifold pressure will decay because of the reduction in air density the higher you go, so we'll have to keep pumping the throttle forward to compensate. Keep pitching to maintain that 105. Keep the steering to maintain the 0905.
Port Allen traffic, November 6715 Tango, clear of runway 9er, departure to the east, Port Allen.
Okay, and so our friend is airborne after us, and so I'm going to swap over to 22.8 now. So we're transmitting and receiving on 22.8, which is en route advisories, although I highly doubt there will be anybody here that we have to coordinate with. And then we're monitoring guard on 21.5. But we're navigating in VFR in Class Echo and Golf airspace. Even if a controller were to hop on, it wouldn't necessarily be the case that we would have to talk to them. A couple of our facilities that we're visiting this evening are in fact towered. So our first stop of Kauai Pai is non-towered. But our second, third, and fourth stops all have control towers. So if VATSIM air traffic control would happen to be on, at that time we would need to make sure we talk to the appropriate controller for that. Alright, so we're at 3,500. Let's trim it down, level it off. Go ahead and bring the power back to 22 on the RPMs. 22 on the manifold. And I need to keep aggressively trimming down. This is one plane where it really loves to pick up speed once it levels off, and as it picks up speed, it picks up lift. As it picks up lift, it continues to climb even if you've leveled it off initially. So we'll have to continue to add down trim. We've already got 120 extra feet here. We'll try and trim and give that back. I'm also slightly reducing the mix to get it down to about 14 gallons an hour. It's a reasonable average figure in terms of the operating handbook for the aircraft, giving certain power settings that are more economic versus faster. But 14 is kind of on the faster side, higher power setting. So, 2200 on the RPMs, 22 on the manifold, and 14 gallons an hour. Tends to be pretty good round figure power settings for this aircraft on the higher speed side. If you're trying to do a longer range cruise, you might use a little bit of a leaner mix. Different numbers. Really you should tailor those numbers to the atmospheric conditions, how high you're flying, what the weather, air density is, and what kind of power setting you're looking to achieve. But for me, 22, 22, and 14 is close enough to a round figure average higher power setting that's what I just use every time. Alright, some minor adjustments. 22, 22, 14, looking pretty good. Okay, drifted slightly below 3,500 feet now, so let's just add just a tiny little notch of up trim. Not get too crazy with it. Speed's still picking up slightly, so that's going to kind of adjust the trim on its own. I need to put a couple notches back up, it looks like. Just adjust it ever so slightly. Typically, you'll see the speed stabilize around 170 miles an hour, which is approximately 150 knots, which is where I get that 2.5 nautical miles per minute figure. Is there a dog in the plane? Yeah, Kawarimi, yeah, our 3 furry co-pilots. Maz, chill, dude. Our 3 furry co-pilots are typically in and out of the room with us on most of our streams. As a matter of fact, our slant artwork adventure, and I don't know if you're familiar, but we feed a image description into ChatGPT to have it create, an image that's roughly representative of what we're up to that evening. And then once you see it, you can cash in 500 of your Twitch channel points, aka your Alphabets points, to add to or modify that image to your liking. But since we're flying in Hawaii, my wife and I had seen a TV series called The White Lotus. First season took place in Hawaii. Decided to do a parody image, me and the dogs. This is Finley, this is Keely, this is Mozzie. Mozzie is the one you're hearing growling right now. He's just a little bit more territorial than the other two. He's sleeping in the bed that Finley usually considers to be his, and Finley's not happy about that. Mozzie's kind of growling at him to let him know to back off. But anyway, yeah, so this is our chat GPT generated slant artwork adventure for the evening. And you can cash in if you'd like. Cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once I see that you've done that and call your name, you can give me a few sentences. I'm sorry, not a few sentences. A few words or a simple sentence. Not a paragraph, actually. The opposite of what I initially said. But yeah, just a few words or a simple sentence as to what you'd like to do. Yeah, the idea is to incrementally modify that image to add some little twist to it, and then through the course of the evening it just gets progressively further and further off the rails. But yeah, so our furry co-pilots, Kawarimi, are typically in and out of the cockpit with us during a normal live stream. We got the dogs, and of course our chat bot is also called Furry Co-Pilot. Alright, so I've been cheating slightly to the right. I figure if we happen to miss the exact spot we're aiming for, it would be better to miss a little bit to the right instead of to the left, because that keeps us out of this warning area. We don't want to miss too far to the right. We're going to end up in the Class Bravo if we're not careful. But I don't think we would miss that far. Once we see the landmass start to materialize before us, I think we'll be able to identify this leftmost peninsula and aim for that fairly readily. So I don't think that's going to end up being a problem. But yeah, I figured if we maintain, see that what we plotted out, roughly on 0, 9, or 5. So roughly a 0, 9, or 5, and we said 76 miles, we figure is about a half an hour. And we know the winds in the area are more or less easterly, and the surface winds over the islands was fairly substantial, like 15 gusting to 25, so we might have a bit of a headwind. Ori Darkwind, how are you, man? He says Slantas is dressed in ancient Hawaiian priestly garb in the style of Hiwa Hiwa. I confess I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you saying I am, or are you saying I should be? We can start to see the image should be altered to dress that. Well, cash in 500 Twitch channel points, and we will make that happen. So starting to see the landmass come into view. Alright, Ori Darkman. I confess I really don't know. I don't know enough about what you've asked for that I'll be able to judge whether it's successful or not. But I'll go ahead and put it in and we'll see what happens. We got that chewing on it, and I will advise when I have the result. Check it before showing it. Oh, well, I always do that. However, I don't expect ChatGPT would do anything NSFW or NSFS, not safe for stream. ChatGPT has pretty good guardrails against anything like that, if that's what you're suggesting. But no, I mean, if I look at it and it's in a different style of clothing, I won't know whether it's got it correct or not. You know, sometimes I make a modification that it doesn't quite get it right, and I will make an adjustment off screen before I bring it back to show you guys. But in this case, I won't know what I'm looking at well enough to know. So I'll let you look and you can tell me. Morning, good fixins'. How are you, sir? Alright, almost done there. Okay, it should look something like... Okay, gotcha. Alright, so what Ori Darkwind is suggesting is that it should look something like this. Yeah, well, little less revealing. But I think, at least on the right path, huh? Yeah, we're in Hawaii today. Good enough? Okay, we'll take it. Alright, so yeah, we're making our way. You look like you might miss the island entirely. I've got the island in front of me. I mean, once we get a little closer, I'll adjust my aim to it. You know, like I said, I want to not come in too close to this point up here, you know, where we're encroaching on the warning area. But I can't miss too far to the south because I'm going to miss the Bravo. And I'm going to end up in the Bravo. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a Challenger that's passing above us that he is tracking south of the island. That is, yeah, that's not me. But no, I can see the landmass. I mean, honestly, if we look for the tallest point, they're a get a 3,000. We got a 4,000 foot point here. So if we steer to the tallest point, it'll be slightly to the left of that. So yeah, I'm going to aim for like right in here. Once we get closer, I think it'll be a lot easier to tell. Like this peninsula that sticks out toward us, we're a little too far to see that from where we sit right now. But I think once we get closer, we'll be able to aim for that, and then we'll be able to work in our pattern there. Now, are we going to try? Yeah, 08013. So again, easterly wind. So I think we would set up for a straight in. You know, a straight into a non-towered field, generally, you know, kind of not recommended in the real world, because what you're going to do is you're going to end up butting in line in front of anybody who's already established in the pattern there. I think on VATSIM today we'll probably just go ahead and get away with it, since we know that we're not going to encounter a whole ton of other VFR traffic in and out of that airport. So I think we'll get away with, as long as we make appropriate traffic calls, I think we can get away with a straight in. I mean, the other option, if you really wanted to do things properly, you know, would be an overflight above pattern altitude, maybe 500 to 1,000 above pattern altitude. You know, then you could maneuver up to the north and west, come back in at pattern altitude, and join a 45 to left downwind. So we could do something like that. But I think what we'll do is once we get close to Kiana Point, we'll make sure we're at pattern altitude. The pattern elevation, the field elevation is basically sea level, 14 feet. So we'll just come in at 1,000. We'll make sure we're at 1,000 by the time we get to the landmass here. And we'll just set up for a straight in. We'll make appropriate traffic calls. We'll do a little bit of cheating by checking VATSIM radar to make sure that we're not, you know, not causing anybody an interruption by doing so. So we'll have to do a little bit of cheating To say again, Jim, kind of on that same topic, he says, I like that you're just using the static sky vector map. You're not cheating with the moving Navigraph map or the one in the EFB. No, of course. I mean, this is the only aircraft of 4, Jim, that we still fly without any RNAV capability. So the last thing I want to do is corrupt that experience by cheating with, GPS-like or moving map-like technology. Like I said, I will take just a minor peek just to ensure, and that's more to check traffic than to check positional awareness. But I mean, I can see very plainly that we're coming into the western corner of the island here. We'll fine tune that once we're able to discern the coastline features. $22, 14. Plenty of fuel. The engine monitors up here are yelling at me, but I don't keep it up to date. I kind of pretend that's not there. That's more modern gadgetry than I want to pretend this airplane has. We monitor the cylinder head temps down here. Now the one nice thing that this will tell you is if you have a single specific cylinder that's running hotter than the rest, you can see that here versus, I don't know which cylinder this is tied to, but obviously it's showing a lower portion of the green, whereas we do have the number 5 here that's running a little bit closer to red line. Yeah, very useful for leaning as well, Dusk PD, yeah. So I don't really worry about that too much because I just run the book values in terms of the power setting. If I'm at 22 and 22 and I'm leaned out to 14 gallons an hour, that kind of gives me where I want. And that's a value, that's an average value that came out of the Pilot Operating Handbook. And I kind of just took the closest kind of round figure values that made sense for most situations. Really, you want to, if you're flying this aircraft for real, you want to set a specific power setting because you're trying to achieve a specific balance between speed, fuel economy, and engine longevity. You want to get deeper into those values and make sure that you're setting the power setting that matches your desires there. And it changes slightly based on the atmospheric conditions, of course. But 22-14 is just, it's close enough. So we got one kind of tall peak here, and then a lower peak that kind of gradually tapers off. And I want to feel like that's what we're seeing here. The peak that slowly tapers off might be this. Tall peak might be here. So we kind of want to come in just to the left of the tall peak, but really once we see this peninsula, that's what we want to aim for. So for right now, I'm just aiming slightly to the left of the tall peak, like right here. I mean, it almost looks like this little peninsula is right here. Like, doesn't it look like that little spot of land is kind of poking out towards us slightly? Once we can see that a little bit more clearly, then I think we can start descending to 1,000 feet. I think that it's obvious to me that the only other aircraft we got to coordinate with is the guy that's flying along with us specifically. So I think we're good to go ahead and switch over to the advisory frequency for the airport, which is 123.0. Once we are at Kayana Point, we're 5 miles straight in. And what's the times? We're 7 minutes after the hour. We said it was going to be about probably 15 minutes after the hour, plus or minus, maybe another 10 to 15 minutes based on the headwind. So timing-wise, I think we're looking good. Yeah, surface winds at the airports were about anywhere between 15 to 25 knots headwind. But I don't know whether that's holding over the ocean. Anyway, so what did we say? 23.0. When I tune that down there, but it doesn't make sense to do that down there. We'll put 23.0 in COM 1, transmitting and receiving, and 2150 it was just guard, just monitoring only in COM 2. Alright, I am going to actually start a very, very gradual descent. You know, again, by the time we get to that point, if that's what we are indeed looking at, we kind of want to be already at traffic pattern altitude. If we're 5 miles out from the airport, we don't want to be descending into the pattern. We don't want to, especially in a low-wing aircraft, you know, you don't want to be in a position where you're coming down on top of somebody that you can't see because they were already at the correct pattern altitude and you weren't. So 20 and 20 for now. Nice, very gradual, 400 foot per minute descent. That seems fine. I'm going to slowly start inching the mix back in. Closer we get to 1,000, closer we want to be to full rich. Still thinking here's our point right here, perhaps. We'll go ahead and get the fuel pump on. Just that little added redundancy. And it's a runway 8. I'm going to go ahead and set the arrow to match runway 8. The other thing we haven't really done... Yeah, single engine open water. Yeah, no, we said at the beginning, like, single engine open water, you definitely need to make sure your maintenance is up to date. And of course, we do have the flotation device. And then ideally, you carry as much extra altitude as you can for as long as you can. Doing this in the sim allows you to take a little bit more of a chance than you would otherwise, for sure. The other thing we have not done, and we'll go ahead and do now, I'm going to steer a 090 exactly on the directional gyro. We'll hold that as close as we can, and then we can see that we're showing about a 085 up here. So I'm going to go ahead and rock that back about 5 degrees. Get those two gauges in agreement with one another. Manifold pressure is going to creep up as we get into slightly more dense air. So we'll keep creeping it down to 20. And we're probably a little early. I'm kind of just eyeballing the distance. I don't really know. We'll say maybe we're about 10 miles prior to that point. Kauai Hapai. And again, probably butchering that. Kauai Hapai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, approximately 15 miles west of the airport. And we're 2,600 descending. We're going to set up for a straight in. Runway 8, full stop, Kauai Hapai. Yeah, don't have any kind of instrument approaches or anything here. 23.0, and it is an 8 and 2.6. Closed for military training during the day. Again, we're taking some liberties that we would be landing here as a civilian aircraft, but since the Honolulu Control Facility included some of these military facilities on its list, we're going to go ahead and just assume we've gotten permission there. 9,007, yeah, 9,007 feet, 8 and 2/6 orientation, paved. So we're not really anticipating any problems in terms of short field or anything like that. Yeah, so I am still operating under the assumption that this is that peninsula. This might be the airport right here. Yeah, I know, right? Flyer Studios, they're going to scramble to intercept me and point me away. I'm going to shade to the south just to avoid the warning area to our left. I know, where's Kenny when we need him? Malicious one, on alert. Let's get back over to map here. Okay, mix is now full for 2,000.
You switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm all right.
Kauai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 5 miles west of Kiana Point, about 10 west of the airport, 2,000 descending. Setting up for straight in, runway 8, full stop. Kauai. Alright, friends, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate. At the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next drawing is going to be June the 24th. Just did one on May the 24th, yesterday. But the next one will be June the 24th. Slowly spin the props up to 2,400. That will help us start to slow down. Once we get below 150, we can pop the gear out if we need to. And then once we get into the white arc, we can start spitting the flaps out here.
Kauai traffic number 6715, Tango about 20 miles to the west, inbound. We'll be entering a upwind into a left downwind runway 8, Kauai.
Okay, so our friend is going to do one full circuit, probably the more proper way, or he's just making sure he's keeping proper spacing with me. Either or both. Both are reasonable goals. Alright, 2,400. Mix is full rich. Fuel pump is on. Backing the power down slowly. We're close to pattern altitude. We want to be right about 1,000 when we get to the point here. Okay, on a point. Couple hundred to go. Looking good. Of course, once we level at 1,000, it'll be a little easier to keep speed under control as well. I mean, we're still a couple miles from the point, and that point is 5 miles from the airport, so we're not in a hurry to shed speed just yet. We're doing okay. So ordinarily, when you descend and then you level off, you want to add power back in with that level off in order to keep your speed up. But because I'm intentionally trying to let the speed bleed off, we'll level off without adding power back in. And we start to see that speed coming off. No need to throw gear out yet. Speed's nice and under control. I don't see the airport yet, but I know that it's right along the shoreline. 5 east of Kiana Point. So if we follow the shoreline east of Kiana Point, we're going to end up set up for a pretty unmistakable straight in for the runway. 100 feet low for pattern. I'm going to trim up, add a touch of power back in. Just keep that 1,000 feet. No need to. No need to be below that. We'll make a call at Kiana Point as a 5-mile final, and then we'll call probably on a 1 to 2 mile final, and then we'll call clear. I see where I believe the runway to be. It would have to be somewhere right in here, but I can't vouch that I see the actual facility just yet. Unless it's this right here. Alright. Altitude's looking good. I got 100 feet extra altitude for you. Go ahead and give that back up. We're right at the top of the white arc, so flaps and gear can come out whenever we're ready here. And now we're 200 feet high. Okay, I believe that's our runway right there. Yeah, there we are. We'll hug the cliff at a reasonably safe lateral distance, and then we'll be good to go. We'll set her down.
Wi-Fi tower, traffic November 6715 Tango, 10 miles to the west at 1,005. Descending 1,500. We'll pass overhead the field at 1,500 to turn the left downwind. Runway 8, 15 Tango.
Hawaii traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's pretty much a beam, Kiana Point 5 west of the field, 1,000 feet for the straight in runway 8, full stop, Kiana, Hawaii Pie. Whatever it's called.
Close enough.
I agree. Alright, let's go ahead and drop gear, first notch flaps. That had about a 20 knot effect on us already. keep saying knots. That gauge is in miles an hour. We're left of center line, but I'm trying to kind of temper center line alignment with terrain clearance. So we're compromising just a little bit there. 2 notches of flaps to go. Gear is already down to green. Yeah, weather moving in. Yeah, we got a nice little storm cell ahead of us. Alright, let's get a little closer over to the road and watch the rocks here. Second notch of flaps. Runway's just about 1.5 miles long, so we'll call ourselves on about a 2-mile final. Just eyeballing the distance. Kauai traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor. It's about 1.5 miles final now for runway 8 with full stop, Kauai. Alright guys, final, oops, in the zoom. And final call for the landing predictions, please. Landing flaps set and check. Gear is down in green. Looks like we're a little high, just based on the sight picture. Doesn't appear that we have any kind of a PAPI or VATSIM or any kind of a visual glide slope indicator, so we're just going to do it all by eyeball. Props and mixer now full. Looks like we've got a little bit of a displaced threshold here. Okay, we want to kind of be 80 over the threshold. The speed bleeding off thereafter. Looks like we're good. Feeling much more comfortable about vertical path as well. Doesn't seem like we've got any severe crosswind. Looks like it'll be a left-hand turn off the runway. A little slow. And we are crabbing just a touch to the right, so we'll put a very mild crosswind correction in. Mild pattern reduction.
Kauai traffic, November 6715 Tango, open spotting the field at 1,500. Now just setting the pattern altitude to that left downwind runway 815 Tango.
Yeah. Had trouble judging my height above, so I was still trying to flare it when the wheels touched down. I guess we'll call it a right-hand turnoff. Is there a left-hand turnoff here? Yeah, we'll make the left. No, that's a road over there, I guess. Alright, what if it shows what I know. We'll make the next right. Yeah, I thought that there was airport facilities off to our left, but maybe that was back only at the beginning. So we'll roll it to the end and get off as expediently as we can here. Honestly, probably, since I wasn't sure, I should have just taken the first exit and sorted it out later, just to make sure I spend as little time as possible on the runway. But we're okay. We know there's only one other inbound. Quiet Pie traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 8, Quiet Pie. Flaps, strobe lights, landing lights, pitot heat and fuel pump. And we got the RPMs down to 1,000.
Right on the way down, I was getting bumped around like a maniac above you.
We had relatively calm winds, although it's a steady wind, but mostly straight down the center line.
Okay, it must have been some ridge lift or something. That was insane. I gained 500 feet in like 30 seconds.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm also not certain what I have my turbulence settings on.
I might turn them down after this. Alright, 15 Tango, making left base to final runway 8, 15 Tango.
So yeah, it looks like the parallel taxiway is all south of the field, but I thought that those buildings over there were part of the airport, which is why I was looking for a left-hand turnoff. We might end up just back taxiing all the way to the beginning of the runway, and then we'll just do our turnaround on the taxiway at the whole short line. Yeah, see, that looks like it's intended as a turnoff, I guess. I don't know.
Quiet by traffic, 15 Tango, 2 mile final runway 8, quiet by.
It gave me the impression from the NOTAMs in the facility info on SkyVector that this was more of a training facility really than a permanent base. So it might be the fact that there really isn't much of an infrastructure here. It's just literally for the runway practice. I don't know. I don't really know anything about this facility. Alright, but let's go ahead and get our parking brake on. The RPMs to 1,000, mix leans right to the point where that starts to drop. See if we can watch our friend's arrival. Yep, there he is. Yeah, so I had a little bit of a skim and skip on the little bit of a skim and skip on the arrival. Just floated it pretty long. I'm sure it's going to mark me down on touchdown. Yeah, he was still getting kind of bopped around left and right. Looked fairly stable though. Yeah. Gave me a 90 out of 100. The descent rate 37 by the time I touched down. It didn't like my crab angle. It was happy with my touchdown zone.
Quiet by traffic, November 6715 Tango, vacated runway 8, quiet by.
And it does, yeah, okay, so it does have the displaced threshold mark there. This is called Touchdown FX, Ori. This is something that we found about a month ago. So this allows me to kind of validate what I've been saying all along, which is that the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface is not the most important factor. But yeah, very nice training aid. Kind of gives you a much better idea of what you should be looking at in terms of not just that descent rate upon touchdown, but did you land within the touchdown zone? Were you aligned with the center line? Were you crabbing left or right, i.e. were you loading the gear laterally? Primarily used, says Mad Noob, for gliding and skydiving operations, and also Civil Air Patrol glider aircraft. Oh, okay, very cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, so you can see there's this weird thing with my altitude profile. So I did kind of overflare it, come back up, and then finally touch down. So you can see, and I like the online version of this a little bit better. Actually, let me show you that. So anyway, it scored me a 90 out of 100, but 37 was the number that we're going to be looking at in terms of the contest. Let me show you the online version of that that graph, because I think it does a nicer job of. So we got a slant alpha. Yeah, we got this one here. Let's view it. Let's do. Oh, I thought I was signed in. Yeah, okay. There we go. So let's view it. Yeah, so we can zoom out. So I like this. I like the graph here, because as you step through, you can see, not only can you see the vertical profile, but you can see the indicated airspeed. And I just like to say, okay, certainly once we were leveling out, yes, the energy was bleeding off as it should have, but then it gives you this red dashed line to indicate the touchdown point. So you can kind of see, okay, you know, how much wavering was my altitude doing before that, and then, you know, obviously after that was flat. The speed was definitely bleeding off at that point, so I think it just gives you a nicer overall view of how was your energy management on final. And we had this little, you know, this little variance. We were chasing the vertical path a little bit, overflared it, as I tend to do in this plane. 1,000 and below, I was totally fine, says it's daily, yeah. So I came in, you know, obviously you heard and saw that I came in before I even arrived at the coastline. I was down at 1,000, so yeah, and then it offers this what it calls a 3D replay. Now we can do a in-sim replay as well, but that kind of messes up the state of the plane, so I tend not to do that. And then can you rotate this? Now you can only look forward, I guess. Oh, you got the tower view. Yeah, so that kind of gives you just a little bit more of a 3D view of the final moments. So yeah, we can make it replay this in the sim, but it messes up the state of the airplane. But anyway, nifty program, nifty app. And, you know, like I said, the fact that we have this red dotted indicator here to show exactly what the moment of touchdown was recorded as, I think is nice. So it rang me up for a crab angle of almost 5 degrees, although I felt like I had some cross control in. It looks like Flight Sim 98 in the 3D replay. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Man, we've come a long way, baby. But anyway, but a nifty tool, though. Nifty tool. Anyway, so we've done enough yammering on about it. 37 was the number that we're looking at in terms of the predictions. How does that compare with what you guys predicted? We got a 123, we got a 77, a 65, a 99, and a 45, and an 80 there. So it's daily with the Faith. Came in with the 45 and picked himself up an entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. So congrats on that. And where are we? We're at Waihapai. The only thing I don't like about the Pilot Passport Challenge is that it identifies them by their FAA identifier, where as they're on the map, you know, and in the flight plan and SkyVector, it gives you the 4-letter ICAO code. So this is HDH. For purposes of my entry, we'll go ahead and put it in as PH PH on 5, what is this, the 25th? All right, so first leg down, first entry garnered. The second destination is going to be Wheeler Army Airfield. And Wheeler Army Airfield, control tower 126.3, which is also marked as the CTAF. So we'll 123.0 and 126.3. Just make a little double check here, so there's still no VATSIM air traffic control on in the region. Let's right click. We do have we have some instrument approaches we can use. I'm not going to use, but I am going to pull it up just to get a sense, which we didn't have here, a sense of what the airfield configuration is. Okay, so we've got significant parking on the north side of the airport, and it looks like a parallel taxiway that goes the entire way across the north side. So that's what we'll plan on. We'll plan to land on runway 6. What we'll do here, let's just plot this single trip so we can kind of get a better sense of what our plan is. Straight out for straight out for 6 miles. So what's that? 2.5, 5, 7.5 miles. So 3 minutes straight out and then turn southbound, and that should put us outside of this alert area and east of this restricted airspace. Now we can, again, the restricted airspace, not really enforced on VATSIM. We could check in the margins and go see whether these are active right now. This is a military field. It said was restricted at certain times. We're within those times. This restricted airspace is probably active during those same times. We're going to another military facility, Wheeler Army Airfield. Again, these are concessions that we're making with reality because we do want to visit these facilities here that are part of the Pilot Passport Challenge. None of these. What was the one we just landed at? What is it? HDH. HDH is listed on the small airports. Small in terms of activity, possibly, but it's a pretty big facility. But yeah, here we go. We got our visit, 5:26:00:35. 5:26 Zulu, in terms of Zulu time, right? We're 4 hours behind Zulu, as we're at 8 p.m. and change Eastern time, but 00:35 Zulu time is when we logged that visit. So we got one more to finish up on the small airports list, and then we got the big airports list that we're going to knock out as well. So far so good. It's a little early for an intermission, but I think I am going to go ahead and take a quick break out of the cockpit before we continue on. And man, we got some weather kind of moving in as well, so we've got to maybe make a real short intermission. But I will do that, and then we will get on with leg number 2 and beyond here in just a moment. Thanks for your patience, and we got lots of flying left to do on our Slant Alpha Adventures trip this evening here in beautiful but stormy Hawaii. Back in just a bit. Alright friends, back with you. Thanks for your patience and welcome back to another one of our Slant Alpha adventures underway as we're here in the islands of Hawaii and we are working on the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge. Probably going to finish that up this evening if all goes well. Looking out the window to our east, or to our right. I think it's to our east, but certainly to our right. It does not look like all is going well. We'll see how well this next leg goes or how bad the weather gets. So it's Daly says, I got it going, I think. It was great flying along leg one with you. Yeah, Daly, thank you very kindly for that. Appreciate you having me along. And it's Raptor stopped in and said, do you do world tours? Can't remember whether that's you. No, I don't think. You must not be thinking of me. Now, years ago, I did a series of streams. It wound up being like 40 to 45 episodes over the course of a couple years that we were kind of chipping away at an adventure where we took a Douglas DC-3 from the eastern U.S. We flew it up, again, broke it up into a long series of episodes, but flew it up into northeastern Canada. We hopped it across to Greenland and then to Iceland and then to the Faroe Islands and then down through Scotland and England. And then we kind of took it for a loop around the Mediterranean, hitting a lot of different spots around the Mediterranean and the Mediterranean islands. And then kind of back the same way we came, up through Germany, and then back up through the UK and back over the way we came. So that was something I did a number of years ago, but yeah, most of my flying is within the U.S. and we do a mix of general aviation and airliner flying at this point. Most of it's in the U.S. We occasionally branch out to places where Friday Night Ops, VATUSA Friday Night Ops are partnered with. We've done a little bit of flying in Europe. We've got a stream scheduled for a week from Wednesday. We're scheduled to do a couple of trips in the Aegean. Are there any good default MSFS2024 aircraft in your opinion? What's the best? Well, it really depends on what you're looking for. I don't fly any of the default aircraft, so I don't really think I'm qualified to give you specific pros and cons about any of them. If you're looking for general aviation aircraft, most of them are probably okay. If you're looking for extremely well-modeled and depth of systems in terms of airliners, you probably are going to end up buying a payware aircraft, or at least a freeware add-on aircraft, because the default ones, are meant more for casual simmers, and, those of us that are on VATSIM, we're looking to do things a little bit more realistically and procedurally soundly, so most of the default aircraft wouldn't be up to the standard of something like that. So, that's the best advice I can give you. But, being somebody that's on the VATSIM network and trying to pursue this hobby as realistically as we can, we end up kind of looking for aircraft that are done a little bit more systems depth than for a casual gamer. And so we look for these add-on products that are done with a little bit more fidelity. So yeah, if you're a casual flight sim gamer, this might not be the right channel to get that kind of advice, but you're welcome to pop in and check things out. Back into the aircraft we go. We are headed down to our second stop, which is Whistler Army Airfield. Reporting right now 080 at 10 knots, 10 statute miles, broken cloud layer at 4100, overcast at 5000. So as it stands right now, the weather should be doable, but we can see to our east that it's looking a little bit threatening, so we'll kind of see what we see when we get there. But let's go ahead and get the flaps set for departure. Let's get the trim set for departure. We'll adjust our altimeter and we'll calibrate our directional gyro. See, the field elevation here is 14 feet, so it looks like we might need to adjust the altimeter down just a few notches. Seb Part2, hey, how are you? Good to see you. Directional gyro magnetic is reading a 345 there, so we're about 5 degrees off. We'll go ahead and crank that back so that it matches. We're departing on runway 8. We're going to go straight out for 3 minutes, aiming for about 7 miles, and then we're going to turn to a 152. We'll just call it a 150, really. maybe a 155, to try to make a left base entry to the eastbound runway at Wheeler Army Airfield. Seb Potter 2 wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure. So since we're flying in the Hawaiian Islands, I did decided to do a parody of the White Lotus, the TV series The White Lotus. The first season of White Lotus took place in Hawaii. And so we got me and the dogs, the White Slantas, Aloha, Privilege, Pineapples, same drama, the White Slantas Resort, Paradise is overrated, it says. And then the modification that we've already got is we got me in the priestly outfit. I don't remember what the name of the priestly garb was that had a specific name associated to it. I wasn't familiar with it, but one of our viewers asked to make that modification, so there we go. And if you want to add to or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And Seb, since you've done so, you can go ahead and let me know what you'd like to do to change the image up. Let's go ahead and get the parking brake off. Our common traffic advisory frequency 123.0, and then at Wheeler Army Airfield is 126.3. Let me remind myself what the name of this airfield is before I start to try the yammer on. Kauai Hapai is my best guess. Kauai Hapai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 8 for VFR eastbound departure, Kauai Hapai. We need to see some planes on the water runway, says Seb. Alright, I will get to that as I am able, after we get airborne. Since we did not do a run-up at the beginning of this stream, and we did just sit here on the ramp for a good 10 minutes idling, of course I did have the mix leaned out. That should mitigate any carbon buildup on the plug tips, but it can still happen at low, when you're idling at low power, even if you have leaned the mix out. So we'll do a run-up when we get down to the end here. Okay. Okay, there we are, beginning of our nice display threshold. Of course, 9,000 some odd feet, way more than we... Way more than we need. Oh my goodness, the Flyer Studio says we just had a tornado touchdown northeast of me, moving at 25 miles an hour. The alert scared the crap out of you. Thought it was my plane freaking out. Nope, just a tornado. Holy cow, dude. Yeah, I mean, we said in the mainland U.S. there's horrific weather all over the lower 48 today. Everybody be safe, please. Alright, we'll keep the mix leaned out for the moment. We'll run the RPMs up to 2,000. We'll do the prop lever check first. Doing that at higher power and leaner mix will help burn off any deposits that might have formed on those plug tips. Alright, with that being complete, we'll go ahead and pull the mix full rich. Adjust it back down to 2,000. Carb heat check. Okay, should be an RPM loss associated with that, and there is. And then let's do our mag check. Left only. Lost just under 100 RPMs. Cool, and back. Right only. Lost just under 100 RPMs and back. Okay, we're good. Kauai Hapai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 8. It's going to be VFR eastbound straight out, Kauai Hapai. Okay, flaps and trim set, strobes, landing lights, pitot heat, and fuel pump. I didn't hear anybody call, but it would have been wise to probably check visually and make sure nobody was entering the runway as well. Now we've done that. Ooh, man, that's looking ominous. Alright, takeoff power's coming at you. Good amount of right rudder in, so we'll put some left aileron in as well. Airborne before the threshold. I will bring the gear in once I'm certain that everything is going well and we don't need to return to the pavement. We'll pitch to about 105. RPMs can come down off the red line. Manifold to about 24 as well. We're going to just keep the mix lean full. Alright, gear can come up now. And flaps can come in. And we'll lower the nose, kind of keep that 105 going. Gently bring the rudder input out. Okay, there we go. Kauai Pine traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor clear, runway 8, VFR eastbound, leaving the area Kauai Pine. Alright, so 8:58 Eastern Time. So we're going to go 3 minutes till about 1 minute after the hour, and then we'll turn to about a 150. Wheeler was, we said, a 6 and 2.4. CB Flyer wants to get a modification on that slant artwork image as well. CB Flyer, so I'm already going to put some planes on the water runway for Seb part of 2. If you want to wait until after I do that before you suggest yours. Oh, so you want to go ahead and do that now? That's fine. Okay, we'll get ourselves some pineapple drinks. Sounds good. I'm in favor. I agree. Okay, I'm going to just hold the altitude at about 1500 here. 22. And we'll pitch down. Did we get the flaps in and the gear up? I believe we did. Fuel pump can come off as well. We'll go out just a little bit further. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No sense in turning southbound now. We'll do that after we pass the giant rock. Rookie 31st back with us. How are you, Rookie? Alright, I had meant to hold about... Oh, Andrew Friable Logic wants to do a modification as well. Andrew Friable Logic, here's the base image. We're already going to add some watercraft on the runway out there. We're going to add pineapple drinks, and then let me know what you would like to add as well. We'll do that all at once. Yeah, we're still picking up altitude here. Let's get trimmed out and keep it at 2,000. Gonna add a volcano in the background? Alright, we'll do that. Alright, I think it's safe to go ahead and turn south now, and then we said it's a 6 and 2.4 at Wheeler, so I'm going to try and enter just a left base. Go ahead and pop over to 2630. Alright, man, I got to stop climbing. Field elevation there, 843. Okay, so it's not too bad that we picked up a little extra altitude. Field elevation there, 800. Call it almost 900. We're at 25. Yeah, we want to drop it back down to about 1900 when we are entering the pattern. Alright, so I got 3 modifications pending on the image, guys. Might have to do all those once I get landed at Wheeler, since it's a fairly short hop here. As a matter of fact, this might be the airfield right here. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction is going to get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. The next drawing is going to occur just under a month from now. We just did a drawing yesterday. We'll do the next one on June the 24th. Wheeler Army Airfield traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 5 miles north and west. We're going to enter a left base, runway 6, full stop, Wheeler. We're 2,500 descending. And didn't give that all in a most sensible order, but we got it there. All right, since I am going to kind of abruptly slow down, I'm going to go ahead and get the gear out now. Under 150, we can do that. Get under the white arc, we can send the first notch of flaps out. Well, that might not be the field. I don't know. Oh, I think it is. Unless it's something like down there. No, down there, that's too close to the yeah, once we get too close to all this, we're well past that. That's gotta be the field there. Yeah, it's really strong winds out of the east, rookie. It's at 15 to 25 throughout the region this evening. Now, once we get turned from base to final, it should be mostly down the center line. Wheeler traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base. Runway 6, Wheeler. We'll stop. Alright, gears out, flaps, first notch of flaps out. We're getting the RPM spun back up to 24. Still at about 1,000 feet above ground level. Okay, yeah, this is indeed our facility here. We got 2 more notches of flaps to get in. And last call for the predictions, guys. Wheeler traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to final now for runway 6, full stop, Wheeler. Final notch of flaps in. We're going to aim for 80 over the fence and then leading speed from there. Shallow the turn out just a little bit. Mix and props full. Everything's on. Okay, speed's coming down nicely. Looks like pretty good on center line here. Maybe a slight right to left. That right to left is getting worse. Okay, we'll put in some cross controls. See if we can get that mitigated. I was truly happy with that one. Truly happy with that one. Nicely done. Didn't overflare. Didn't feel like I was coming back up at all. Speed bled off nicely, and pretty much on the touchdown zone. Nicely on center line, and I think the crosswind was well controlled on that one. We'll see if the Touchdown FX app agrees with me on that one, but I think for my purposes, I was happy. Alright, let's get our parking brake on. Flaps can be stowed, strobe, landing lights, pitot, and fuel pump off. And let's get the mix leaned out right to the point where the RPMs start to drop. One undocumented checklist item I've been waiting on. Alright, first things first, let's get those slant artwork adventure requests in. We need a float plane or two on the water. We need a volcano, and we need some pineapple drinks for me and the pups. Okay. Okay, those modifications all coming. Let's see how the landing looked. Hopefully that should be. Yeah, okay. Scorecard was a 97 out of 100. It felt that my bank and pitch was not perfect. Everything else it gave me perfect marks on. The feet per minute was 14 by the time I touched down. So yeah, we'll take that. That's pretty much as low as I'm going to get. 75, 65, and 40. So Mad Noob will be the winner on that one. Where are we? We are at PHHI. On 525. Alright, well, let's take a peek at that. And again, I kind of prefer looking at it on the website. Let's do the view. Yeah, so I was a little bit more steady with the speed. But yeah, by the time I touched down, I had really mitigated that crab angle nicely. We were right on center line. We were 1 meter off, and speed was steady, but was indeed starting to decay off. Once once we were approaching the touchdown. Oh, we want to see it in FS98? Okay, that's fine. I mean, I think the telemetry is more telling, but yeah, I mean, as far as it's concerned, right on the marks, right on the touchdown zone. I don't know if it perfectly lines up with where those are painted, but But yeah, I was very happy there. We got the center line under control. We got the crab angle under control. So good crosswind correction there. We were right on center line, and the lower we got, the more that crosswind factor started to kind of play out. So, but I felt like I covered for it pretty well. So I was happy with that. No, Andrew, so this is a score. The feet per minute is 14, so it was Mad Noob that got the entry. This is a score out of 100. This is the feet per minute down here. Alright, well, we got all of the elements that we asked for. We got the pups each holding, well, looks like Finley's double fisting his drinks. Lucky dog. I got the one here. Mozzie's got his. Keely's got hers. We got the float planes. We got the volcano. Yeah, so I think it did a nice job picking up all those elements for us. I know, 14? I know. I mean, I was really walking that power back nice and slowly because I was focusing on getting that crosswind correction in. I know. Pups are thirsty, aren't they, CB? Right, indeed. Alright, let's remind ourselves where we are going next. We're going from Wheeler Army Airfield. And next one is just the main airport of Honolulu. So let's do a right click and let's pick up the airport diagram. Let's see if we can figure out what would they do. Well, first of all, what's the weather? 060 at 16 gusting to 25, and they've got these runways 4. What would be the... Yeah, they got 8 left and 8 right, which are the 2 big long runways, but they've got these runways 4 left, 4 right, 22 right, 22 left. General aviation is all kind of down off the southeast side, so I'm assuming yeah, they got an ILS Yankee to 4 right and ILS Zulu to 4 right. It doesn't look like 4 left is typically a departure runway, yeah, an arrival runway. We can tune these in just as a $318. Okay, so what's the difference? So, so the Zulu, both of them have this arc from Alana. The Zulu also has this transition from Hawaii, which I guess we don't need. The Yankee seems like it's more based on conventional style navigation. Doesn't have any. Well, it does have this point Hogro here. But anyway, so we'll tune this in for situational awareness purposes, but we're really just going to be flying visually. We do need to make sure. So this is obviously, it's Class Bravo airport, so if air traffic control were on of any kind, they would be covering this aircraft in a top-down fashion in terms of providing services to tower and ground. And of course, we would even need to get a clearance into the Class Bravo airspace before we were even to enter it. It looks like if we stay north of this little harbor area here, we would not be in the Class Bravo. We could request entry into the Class Bravo from the north as we were over top of this little lagoon or lake or harbor. Which is actually Pearl Harbor, as I'm pretty sure. But yeah, so if we take off and just kind of enter, we're going to take off and we're going to go out a couple miles, and then we try to come down here to that general direction. So we're going to want to turn to about a 160. So we'll take off, turn to a 160. That should put us west of the alert area there. we would have to request clearance into the Bravo if ATC were on, and then we would, request a full stop at the airport. We could kind of talk through those radio calls as though air traffic control is on, but they don't appear to be at the moment. We look at VATSIM radar. Yeah, so there's nobody here. Okay, but we have our plan. We got our marching orders. Let's go ahead and get to it. Field elevation is just about 800 feet, so we're good there. Looks like we're parked at a 050. Let's march this back a few degrees just to align with that. And we said we're going to turn to a, runway 6, but then we're going to turn to a 160 upon departure. I think we're good. Get the flaps set. Get trim set. And let's go. And this is called Wheeler. Oh, and then the Common Traffic Advisory frequency at Honolulu. Since that's a Class Bravo and it's probably got multiple tower frequencies, I'm going to make sure I'm on the right one by just getting this from the VATSIM AIP. We'll just go .ctaf EHNL 18.1. That might be the primary one that it lists on the chart, but in the case of these bigger Bravo airports, it's not always the case. So let's see if we can find it. Yeah, it does say it. Control Tower 18.1. It doesn't mark that as a CTAF. It does list this second frequency as 123.9er. It's not necessarily the first one, although it is in this case, but that's why it's nice to have that confirmation for the bigger Bravo airports. It's nice to have the confirmation right from the VATSIM AIP through the pilot client that 118.1 is going to be the correct frequency. So down we go, 18.1. And again, monitoring the guard frequency on COM2, just in case center comes on. We would need to just speak to air traffic control and get that Bravo clearance, and then get the landing clearance at Honolulu. So, it would be important for them to be able to reach us if we are, if they are indeed coming on. Okay, I think we're good. We got our marching orders. Let's go. Wheeler traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor will be taxiing out to runway 6 for VFR southbound departure. Wheeler. And if we take off and turn south, we might miss the worst of the weather here. Is that the runway there? So yeah, that's the runway, so we want to turn here. So we're taking off on runway 6, so we should be taxiing. I always like to set the yellow arrow in the direction of the runway, and then because we know we're taxiing in the opposite direction of that runway. And then when we get airborne, I'm going to go ahead and tune this now, 110.5, 110.05 rather. No, 110.50. And then dial it into a 042 or dial it into a 042 when we get airborne, and then we know we're heading toward Honolulu. Alright. We have one more entrance down there. Those piano keys are here. We'll just enter here. Strobe, landing, taxi, fuel pump, and pitot heat. Wheeler traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 6, VFR southbound, right turnout, Wheeler. Okay, mix is full rich. Lights on, pitot and pitot and strobes and fuel pump all on. Alright, Takeoff power coming at you. Okay, there we are, red line. 80, lift off. Okay, we can keep the nose down, pitch to 105 since we're not trying to scream up over top of any obstacles. Okay, we're certain we're not returning to pavement. Gear can come in. Flaps can come in. Let the speed come up to the 105. There we are. We can pitch to maintain it. Start the turn to the 160. Wheeler traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear runway 6 on the right-hand, right crosswind turnout VFR southbound. Wheeler. Okay, the RPMs can come down off of the red line. Manifold 24. Not going to take it any higher than 2,000. Flaps. Yeah, okay, flaps we already did. Did I get gear up? Yeah, gear up, flaps in, and fuel pump off. And then 042 is the runway approach heading, at least. Final approach course heading. 042. So at this point, we would check in, and we can go ahead and flip over to the Honolulu facility, Honolulu control, common traffic advisory frequency. Let's go ahead and get back down to 2,000, and let's get 20 and 20 here. So at this point, you know, we would need to check in with air traffic control to get permission to enter the Class Bravo airspace. So, Honolulu approach. Comanche 514 Delta Victor is 9 miles northwest of the airport at 2,300 descending. Request a Bravo clearance and a full stop at Honolulu International. And they would give you a squawk code, and you dial that in. And then they would say 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, cleared in Class Bravo airspace, maintain VFR at or below, whatever, 2,500. And at our left base, runway 4 right. Okay, we'll squawk 3456, and yeah.
Hello, traffic, Speedbird 350, clear 08 right.
Would have done that already, and then we get that. Okay, we'll clear to the Class Bravo airspace, VFR at below 2,500, and a right base for runway 4 right, 514 Delta Victor. Well, we got a. We got an arrival. We got a Korean Airlines arrival. And we better make a traffic call real quick. Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is entering a left base from the north to 4 right for the full stop at Honolulu. We're gonna do a 360 here and make sure we come in behind the arriving Korean. Honolulu.
All traffic, Korean 256 heavy on the 16 miles final on the 8 left. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so 8 left. Yeah, he's going to cross our arrival runway, and not only that, but we're going to cross his arrival path. So let's get turned up to the north here. You know what I love? All these guys transmitting on the correct advisory frequency. You know, you guys know that I'm no longer in an official VATSIM board position to be concerned with pilot training on the network. Many of you know that. Some of you might have just found out just a second ago. So yeah, I've stepped down from that board position, but I find it interesting that people get on the VATSIM community Discord and they're constantly complaining, no one understands CTAV, we should just go back to 22.8. I don't know, every time I fly around on the network, I hear people on the correct frequencies. I mean, we just experienced 3 out of 3 that are in the airspace here around Honolulu. 3 out of 3 are all on the correct frequency, and they're all providing good position reports. So, my experience has been that it's been pretty good. I mean, I think we can back that up with other experiences that we've had on this stream, but we find pretty good adherence to the proper advisory frequencies, at least as far as I've experienced. Rookie 31st, happy retirement. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, well, we've gained way too much altitude here. I'm going to go ahead and circle back down to the south. The Korean is kind of passing behind us. Circle back down to the south, and then our left base to the runway 4 right. Alright, mix is full rich. Just backing the power down. Just kind of backing the power down by feel. I'm not really doing a specific benchmark here. Yeah, we gotta get some of this altitude off. And Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is now at about a 10-mile left base for runway 4 right. We'll be coming in behind the Korean for a full stop, Honolulu. I think there's our Korean air traffic there. And Comanche 514 Delta Victor has the arriving Korean air in sight.
Near 056 heavy on the 6-mile final 8.
And we'll never catch him. Couldn't catch him if we tried. Alright, anyway. Airport's all there. Distance pretty much landing there. Here's the arriving Korean. He's on 8 left. So he's arriving 8 left. So he's going to roll out, potentially crossing our runway. Of course, we could have landed and held way short anyway. But in terms of him landing here and us coming across the path to land on 4 right, it was better not to conflict. At any rate, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our June 24th landing rate raffle. We got the power backed off. We're below 150. We can get the gear out. We can start spinning the props up. That will assist us in slowing down further. Get the first notch of flaps in. Okay, mix and flaps are full. Fuel pump on. So there's 8 left, and we're going to be landing over here on the 4s. coming across the path of 8 right.
No traffic, crew near 256 heavy, going around, going to 4000 on the right down in 8 left.
Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is a 5-mile left base to runway 4 right. Full stop, Honolulu. So there's our Korean traffic there. Won't be a factor. One more notch of flaps to go in. A little bit low on glide slope. Yeah, we don't want to lose any more altitude until we're kind of over on final here. Alright, glide slope's starting to come back in. You know, again, we're doing this visually, but we've got just kind of a sanity check here in terms of where we should be vertically. Second notch of flaps coming in. Last call for the predictions, friends. Alright, now we can let the plane come down a little bit. Should be a soft landing. The runway's loading. Yeah, we're not landing on the floating one. We're landing on this one here. Alright, final notch of flaps in. Get the speed right to about 80. Still a little high on glide slope, so we'll come down. Are we getting blown back onto the center line, but that means we're going to need to correct to the right again. Okay, speed's right where we want it.
Honolulu traffic at Korea 054, taxi to holding point runway 8 right, taxi via Alpha Juliet, cross runway 8 left. Honolulu traffic.
Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short final, runway 4 right. We'll stop. Honolulu.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Okay, glide slope's looking good now. Speed right about 80, which is where we want it over the numbers. Over the threshold, or rather over the fence, really. We would start bleeding speed after we get over the fence. And then we'll go ahead and get our crosswind correction.
Korean 056 heavy, 8 miles final, 8 left.
Okay, he's 8 miles, but at this point, we're not gonna conflict with him. If we go around, we'll make a hard right and make sure that we're not crossing the 8 left center line. Still crabbing quite a bit here. Let's over the right
Honolulu
wing.
traffic, runway 054, crossing runway 8 left. Question 8.
Yeah, that one was
Runway 8 left, Honolulu.
that one was not as well controlled for the crab angle. And came down a little firmer as well. Overall happy with it, just not as much of a wow factor on that one. Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is down and clear, runway 4 right, Honolulu. Okay, flaps, strobes, landing lights, pitot, and fuel pump. And let's lean the mix out right to the point where the RPMs start to drop. There we go.
Honolulu traffic, runway 054, clear runway 8.
Yeah, so I expect that one was a little firmer, and I expect that we were still crabbing a few degrees to the right there. I didn't get enough rudder in to counter that crosswind. Would have taken me well off. I was good on center line, but getting the additional correction in for the crab angle would have really ruined the center line, so we kind of compromised there. All right, Ori's got to go ahead and get some sleep. Yeah, man. Good to have you aboard. All right. Parking brake set. RPMs 1000 set. Mixed leaned. We are good. Right there. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, let's see how we did. Yeah, and first of all, our Koreans landing. So yeah, we didn't have any conflict there. Got another arrival who is descending for the airport. Regen Road Trips got the resubscription going. Thank you very kindly. Alright, score was a 96. Feet per minute was 71. Better than I thought.
Good afternoon.
We did get dinged somewhat for the crab angle, but not too bad. Yeah, center line I thought was pretty good, but it dinged us for that a little bit too. But yeah, pretty good marks except for the alignment.
Sending the star for the ILS 8 left. Will report when fully established.
And okay, so yeah, we were a little bit right of center line. And touchdown zone was good. Touchdown zone was real good. And yeah, and then the crab angle. We did have a little bit more of a crab angle. Not quite, so yeah, 1.5 degrees. Okay, so not too bad. Yeah, overall though, I was pleased. And then at the moment the wheels touched down, we had 71. So that's the number that was reported. 96, of course, is a score out of 100, as I said. 71 is the number that you all were looking to predict, and the predictions that came in were as follows: 30, 55, 45, 48, and 124. Now 71.
Honolulu traffic, Coronel 054, lining up on A8.
Who had the highest there? 55 to 71. So that's 16 away, is that right, for 55? And then on the high end, JPC was way too far away. So yeah, say again, Jim, with the 55, that looks like the winner to me. If you guys have a different opinion, let me know. But
to traffic Korea 054 Heavy, taking off runway 8 right, after airborne heading 180.
Okay, so say again, Jim gets the entry. Yeah, I know we're going to take a peek at the artwork. We got some good artwork going today. So, since we're flying around Honolulu and then Hawaii, JPC, my wife and I recently watched a TV series called The White Lotus. The first season of that took place in Hawaii. And so we did our parody version called The White Slantas. We got me and the pups. We went ahead and put me into some regionally appropriate priestly garb, and then we added some we added float planes, we added a volcano, and we added some fruity pineapple drinks for myself and for the pups. So there you go. There's our slant artwork adventure for the evening, and you can decide what you want to do with that there, Mr. Jet Pilot Cinnamon. Anyone else who wants to get in on our artwork adventure, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that that image. Rookie 31st was we need to change HBO original to Asobo original. That's good. I like that. I like that. JPC, if you've got one as well, if you're thinking about making a modification, you let me know. We might be able to just do two of the modifications together. It helps the image not degenerate as much between iterations if we kind of do consolidate the requests. So if you got one on your mind, JPC, we can go ahead and do it now. If you need some time to think about it, that's fine too. All right, I'm going to detune the ILS because we don't need that for departure. We'll leave the we'll leave the arrow on. JPC's got some artistic block. Okay, that's fine, man. That's fine. Let's switch over to Sky Vector. Let's go ahead and put our next leg in. We're going to depart from Honolulu. We're going to head basically straight out to Kaneohe Bay. Now, I don't know. It looks like we've got some terrain here. So what I may end up having to do is we'll circumnavigate the island. And then once we're on this side of the ridge, I think we can probably fly over here and just make a right base. What are they reporting? 060 at 13, so yeah, it's going to be a northeast-bound landing. And again, Marine Corps Air Station, MCAS. So again, a military facility that you wouldn't ordinarily land a Piper Comanche at. But again, in order to fulfill the locations that are listed here in the Pilot Passport Challenge, we're going to go ahead and do that. So we got two left here on the Hawaii big airports, which is NGF, I think is the one we're about to go to. Yep, NGF. And then Molokai is the last stop that we're going to make. Now we should, if I flip over to the small airports, that should be complete now. And it is. Okay, well, if we go over to achievements, yes. Okay, now the Guam one, again, I think that, like I said, the metal image broke when they moved hosting facilities for their website, so that image is broken. But we completed Hawaii small airports as of tonight. So, yeah, very cool stuff. Yeah, we'll get to see Diamond Head and Waikiki Beach. So say again, Jim. So there we are. We hereby completed the Hawaii Small Airports Challenge of the HCF Pilot Passport Program. So very cool, nice. Appreciate that. And 2 more stops to go, and we'll have completed all 3. And I wonder, and I don't know. We'll find out tonight, I suppose. We'll get an achievement for the 3rd one, the Hawaii big airports. But will they do a 4th achievement that will reflect, some sort of an award and certificate that we've completed the entire challenge? I'm guessing probably yes, but no, I don't know that for sure. But it'll be interesting to see. But anyway, yeah, I think we've got too much in the way of terrain to go straight over. And then we probably could. I mean, what are these? 3150, 27. What's the? It's not minimum safe. MEF, maximum elevation figure, 3,500. So yeah, we could hop over, no problem. But then we'd have all this excess altitude to lose within a couple of miles. So I think it'll be more sensible just to navigate around, and then we'll enter the right base for the runway. It looks like 120.7 is going to be our advisory frequency up there. We'll have that ready to go. 120.7. Let's adjust the, so like a 307. Yeah, I think I might have done that already. Field elevation's next to nothing. Yeah, so that's reading properly. So yeah, we're all good there. All right, the only other thing we need to do then, oh, let's go ahead and get the let's go ahead and get that request into the slant artwork adventure. Yeah. I think I bumped my volume control when I reached up to my headset there. But yeah, Jet Pilot Cinnamon points out that the Virtual USA Flying Club 4th Annual Air Show is coming up 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, June 6th. So just a week from Saturday away. So just under 2 weeks away. And yeah, I'm going to be participating in the very first performance that goes off on that air show day. So hope that you guys will stop in and check that out. It's going to be streamed on the Jeffrey B channel. I'll put a link to that in the chat right now. Twitch.tv. He's worth a follow regardless, but he is also the host and master of ceremonies for the Virtual USA Flying Club Air Show every year, and always a good time. So there we go, Ricky. We got the Asobo original. Everything else looks like they left it the same. The float planes, volcano. We got plenty of drinks to go around. Very nice. Anybody else wants to request an addition or modification to our slant artwork adventure and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet's points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Fatal and Fine is back with us. Fatal and Fine, good to have you back. Good to see you. All right, are we ready, friends? We're going to take off, and it looks like it's about a 31-mile trip. So that should be, what, about 12-minute flight once we are airborne. And then let's just take caution to make sure we're coordinating with other traffic. It does look like we've got an arrival here coming in from Incheon. And is that, that's a departure, right? Yeah, he's going to Incheon. And then this Delta, and this, I'm not even sure what AAR is. But we'll need to make sure that we coordinate so that we're getting out, you know, if they're going to be landing here on 8 left and we're departing 4 right, you know, we're just going to have to make sure that we bang a hard right crosswind to stay out of their path. And, you know, additionally, to be totally courteous, we should make sure that we're, you know, not jeopardizing setting off their TCAS or what happens, or whatever, what have you. AARs on 122.8. Oh, well. We were talking earlier about how we typically find that most folks have figured out the whole CTAF program here, but we do have now one that's not on the right channel. How about the Delta? Yeah, he's on the right one. Yeah, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5 counting me, right? So, not too bad. Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor taxiing out to runway 4 right. We're going to do a VFR right crosswind southeastbound departure. Honolulu. Okay, where's the actual taxiway center line? This one here, okay.
And Honolulu traffic, good afternoon, Delta 3 Charlie Foxtrot, with you police officer on the ILS 8 left, 15 miles to run, landing on the 8 left, all advisors vacated. Honolulu traffic, Delta 3 Charlie Foxtrot, landing on the 8 left, Honolulu.
Okay, so we're short of 4 right. Asiana Airlines. Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 4 right. We're going to hold for the arriving traffic on the crossing runway, the Asiana. We'll be departing prior to the arrival of the Delta. Honolulu. Delta will be a hard right crossing. We'll be out of your way.
I appreciate it, Comanche, thank you.
Alright, flap set, trim could be set. Did we get the flap set? Yeah, flaps are set to for departure. We'll get the trim down. There we go. Yeah, it looks like the Asiana is on the runway or near it. As soon as he's... Okay, he's vacating. Right. Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor with the Asiana vacating 8 left. We are departing 4 right, right crosswind VFR southbound. Honolulu. Mix is full rich. Strobes, landings, Ito, and fuel pump. Alright, takeoff power set. Up, up, and away. Nose down, pick up speed to 105. Gear up, flaps up, fuel pump off. RPM's down to 24. Manifold to 24. Honolulu traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear of 4 right and leaving the area to the southeast. Honolulu. Yeah, I can't see him. He's right behind us. But he's still on about a 2-mile final, and we're well out of his way, so shouldn't be a factor. Now, is this I can't remember. I think Pearl Harbor might have been behind us, I think. mean, with it being Memorial Day, kind of a nice salute to the Arizona Memorial. Or are we passing over that now? Is that right off to our left? That's the cruise port there. I think, yeah, I think Pearl Harbor's back behind the airport, if I remember correctly. Not 100% certain. Yeah, that's back behind us. That's okay. Yeah, I thought I couldn't remember if it was the Little Harbor before the airport or the one after the airport, but no, you're correct. It's back. It would be back in this area up against Ford Island. Alright, let's get leveled off at 2,000. We don't need to go any higher than that. Let's get the power drop to 22 and 22. Kind of saw it on the approach, yeah. No, I really, yeah, I did a little speech at the beginning to kind of give some thoughts about Memorial Day. You know, VATSIM kind of frowns upon doing any kind of like tribute to loss of life, so, you know, we don't really want to go circle the memorial or anything like that. But we did have some opening remarks where we gave some thoughts, and we'll leave it at that. Certainly, you know, to recap what I said at the top of the stream. You know, Memorial Day tends to turn into a beginning of summer celebration, especially down here in the Mid-Atlantic Beach Resort that I live near and work in. And of course, it coincides with the you know, the school vacations, summer vacations. It's the beginning of the peak beach-going season here down here. My sister and I share a birthday that's coming up, so it's always been near Memorial Day, so our family has almost always done a gathering. So definitely kind of a day where we celebrate. However, you know, the celebration...
Hello, traffic. Hello, it's Delta 3 Charlie Foxtrot with you vacated at November off 8 left, taxing by November and Zulu to standard our choice. Hello, traffic. It's Delta 3 Charlie Foxtrot. G'day.
Celebration, you know, kind of just needs to be tempered with the idea that the day is a day of remembrance more than a day of celebration. You know, certainly happy to kick off the summer with a nice long weekend and a holiday gathering and meeting with family and friends and eating, you know, good cookout food and all that sort of stuff. Of course, in Maryland, that also means crab feasts typically, right? So it's certainly a day to celebrate family and friends, but you know, certainly, like I said, you try not to lose sight of the fact that it's there to honor those who gave their lives in military service, and just make sure you take a moment to reflect on that appropriately. We got the resub there from ELW124, a little bit of a hype train happening there a little bit ago. Yeah, EL says the crabs aren't coming up north this year this early since the water's still so cold. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, of course. Now, I particularly am not a big crab eater, but my family is. And you can still get them around here.
Hello, traffic. Delta 3 Charlie Foxtrot, taxing to San Fox 2.
You can still get them around here, but it's not really guaranteed that they're local. I mean, I think a lot of the local, you know, the local fishermen are still having some success, but yeah, they a lot of the ones around here, they try not to tell you, but a lot of the ones around here aren't locally sourced necessarily. So we've passed Diamond Head. We're coming up on Cocoa Head. Just watching off of the sectional here. I think once we round the corner at Makapu Point and Banana Island. Of course, we'd be flying over top of a decommissioned facility, decommissioned airfield there. ELW, should I purge the message? Alright, let's do a little research on the destination that we're headed to now. We're going to Kaneohe Bay. We'll do a right click, oops, right click, and airport diagram. It's a runway 4 and 22. 042.5 is the runway magnetic heading. The 42 is, I think, what we already got the arrows set to. Go ahead and set both arrows since we're not really using the green navigation reference. We'll just set them both there. Looks like our best turnoff is going to be to the right off of runway 4. Fuel elevation 23, so again, mostly near sea level. Well, it's near sea level because it's near the sea. That just makes too much sense. Common traffic advisory frequency 120.7. We'll go ahead and flip that over. Monitoring guard 121.5. Just in case. Does not appear that we have any VATSIM air traffic control working where we are, so we can just remain on advisories. Now this is a class Delta, so if there was VATSIM air traffic control at the approach level or higher, you would assume that they would be providing tower services here on a top-down basis. So we would talk to the approach controller, who would then act additionally as the tower controller at Kaneohe Bay. And if we see the landmass that comes out to that little cluster point at the end, the field is kind of just to the left of that, so I'm going to hug this shoreline. We're going to pass, well, I'm going to hug this ridge line. We're going to be over the shoreline, but we're going to be hugging this ridge line on our left, and then we'll just make a right base to Kaneohe Bay. And we're right basically right now we're about 12 miles south and east of the field, so we can even start making some traffic calls to let them know that. Kaneohe Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 12 miles south and east, 2000 descending. We're going to enter a right base for runway 4, full stop, Kaneohe Bay. Proper thing to do would be to be at pattern altitude prior to entering the pattern, so we want to go ahead and get down to 1,000 feet or thereabouts, as close as we can. Power back down to about 19 and 19 there. Got a little bit of terrain consideration. Ooh, look at that, we're dropping like lead balloons here, so make sure we're trimmed out for a little bit more of a gentle descent. I'll tell you what, with the terrain, let's say 1500 is not a bad goal right now. Let's go ahead and keep 1500. All right, well, let's also start getting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command is necessary on this channel for that, just a number into the chat. With or without the minus sign, we will know that you mean a descent rate whether you put that or not. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly raffle. We just did the drawing yesterday for the month of May. So these entries will be the first ones into the June drawing, which will happen on June the 24th. Kaneohe Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's right, about a 5-mile right base, runway 4, full stop, Kaneohe Bay. And again, you can see the wind coming out of the northeast, pushing us to the left here. When we get turned on to final, it should mostly be down the center line, but we may still have a crosswind component we'll have to control for here. Picked up another couple hundred feet. I want to be down closer to 1500. We got the airspeed starting to bleed off appropriately. Man, we're really getting pushed over to the left. We might be lined up with the runway by the time we make that base final turn here. In order to prepare ourselves, let's go ahead and get the gear out. Below the white arc, we can get the first notch of flaps in. Start spinning the props up. That will help keep the speed under control, although right now I don't need to bleed speed. Get the props going at 2400. Wow, that's gosh, that's like a 30-degree crab angle. I hope that's from a very, very strong wind down the center line. Otherwise, we might be in trouble here. Kaneohe Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's now on about a 2-mile right base, runway 4, full stop, Kaneohe Bay. Second notch of flaps is in. The fuel pump is on. Prop and mixer full. Final notch of flaps. Power coming back. Start getting the speed off. Kaneohe Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's right base to final. Runway 4, full stop, Kaneohe Bay. Okay, let's see how we are with the center line. Looking like we're more or less right down the center line. We do still have some excess altitude, at least according to the PAPI lights, which I don't always trust implicitly in this sim. But I would say, yeah, we're slightly too high. I don't know if we're 4 whites too high, but we're slightly too high. Okay, that's starting to come back in. Get the nose up. A little bit of power back in to keep the descent. Okay, so we get a little bit of left to right this time, a little bit. But we'll get the rudder over. Overcorrected, I think. Not too bad. We were right of center line and still kind of off tracking slightly left. But given the strength of that crosswind, I'm not going to beat myself up too much over it. We'll just 180 and get back off the runway as quickly as we can. That'll be a lot quicker than going down further, I think. Kaneohe Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear, runway for Kaneohe Bay. Right, flaps, strobes, landing lights, fuel pump, and heat off. I think I might have had the strobes off by accident there. I'm not sure why I would have missed that on the departure end, but they're definitely off now, so that's fine. And we'll park in here among the biz jets just to make ourselves feel proud and rich, or by contrast, small and poor. All right, parking brakes on. We got the RPMs to 1,000. Let's get the mix leaned out to the point where it starts to drop. So let's get 1,000 more accurately set there. Okay. Okay, there we go. Mix leaned. Andrew, why am I delayed? You're still in the air for me, then I paused and unpaused and you're on the ground. That's buffering on your end, dude. Nothing I can do about it. If you think you're slipping behind in terms of when you type a message, you can kind of judge how long it takes you to see that message on the screen, and that kind of tells you how long your buffering delay is. And if it gets too long, just hit refresh; it'll catch up. But that's nothing I can control. That's on your end. Alright, let's take a peek. How'd we do here? Yeah, it was not at all happy with that crab angle there. Center line, we knew we were a little bit right, but crab angle, yeah, we had it under control, but then the closer we got to the ground, the more pronounced that crosswind got. Let's take a look at the telemetry here. Yeah, so we knew we were just a little bit right of center line. Touchdown zone wasn't too bad. We were within it. A little bit on the long side, but not too bad. Now, see, this says we had a 13-knot headwind, but we really didn't have much of a crosswind. It felt like, and I don't know if it's just... Does this plane have that pronounced an asymmetrical thrust when it gets that slow, perhaps? I don't know. Yeah, you can see here, overflared it a little bit. You can see the line comes down, comes back up, comes back down again. But yeah, this is bizarre to me that the crosswind was not that significant. At least according to this. The app ELW, it's called Touchdown FX, and it is for flights in 2024 only, unfortunately. But yeah, certainly I've been very happy with it. We discovered it just over a month ago, I think. And certainly I've been very, very happy in terms of the fact that, you know, we've said for years that the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface is far from the only category that you should be looking at in terms of evaluating a good landing versus a bad landing. And now this finally kind of really summarizes that right on the screen for you, which I really do like. 87 was the score out of 100, but 20 feet per minute was the impact when we touched down. So 20 is the number that you guys were looking for in terms of your predictions. Smokehouse Assassin is here. Smokehouse Assassin, good to have you back on. Haven't talked to you in a bit. Hope all has been well. The predictions came in at 69, 88, 55, 43, 35, and 60. So 35 being the lowest one that came. Mad Noob. That's the second one tonight, Mad Noob. So congrats. And this is at EHNG, Kaneohe Bay Marine Corps Air Station. Again, not something that you'd ordinarily land a Piper Comanche at, but just for the purposes of visiting all the locations on the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge, we're making the exception. Well, our final stop tonight. Yeah, you did a thing, Matt. You did. I don't know if you're referring to this thing, but you've done two things now. You were the closest one at our second stop, and now again at our fourth stop. So you got the potential of a hat trick coming up here. All right. Well, we're slowly but surely chipping away at the airports as part of the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge. Over here, yeah, so we've completed the small airports. Go over to big airports. Yep, NGF is now checked off. Molokai is the last one, so that's not only going to complete this passport book, but it will complete the entire challenge. So again, I don't know. You know, we got the one for Guam. The image isn't working for that one, but we did get it. The certificate works fine. We got the small airports one, which we finished up earlier this evening, and we got one more stop to finish up the big airports one, and then I don't know, we may see an achievement for completing the entire challenge as well. I don't know if that's the case or not. There we are. Sorry, I love the fact that when we don't have a controller on, that enters a VFR flight plan into the system on our behalf. VATSIM radar considers this one long flight, so it's kind of cool that we get our entire night's flight path. So while I always enjoy working with VATSIM air traffic control, it'd be kind of nice to not have someone pop in so that we can not have a VFR flight plan put in, and we'll have our nice record of our entire trip this evening. I do kind of like that. All right, but our final stop this evening is going to take us over water again. So we do need to make sure, of course, our maintenance is up to date. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream. We do have our life preserver on board. So we know we're going to take off here. We're probably going to turn maybe just there at the end of Makapu Point, and we'll turn eastbound. We're going to turn to about a 110. We're going to look for Ilio Point here, and then almost always the arrival direction at Molokai is here. So we're going to kind of plan for a left base entry into Molokai. If we go right click and open a new tab, we can see the airport diagram there. They've got a 5 and 2-3, which is the primary runway, and the 1-7 and 3-5 is kind of the backup, just in case of the crosswind. Wind here reported 0.5, 13 gusts to 27, so it is right down the center line once again, and so that hopefully will work out well for us. But we're going to take off. We're going to turn as immediately as possible to a 110 heading, and then 40 miles down to Molokai. And we're in good shape to wrap up. Is that the Mauna Lua volcano? Yeah, it might be. Mauna Lua, no, I think that's down on the Big Island, is it not? Oh, it's Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa. These are the two here on the Big Island. So this one is called Kamako. And again, I know I'm butchering all these place names. I'm doing my best. Something named Mauna Loa over on Molokai on the final approach path. Oh, so that would be a town. Yeah, that would be a town. The little black circle there. So I think we're set. We got our field elevation, which is 23 feet. Let's get the trim reset for departure, flaps reset for departure. Field elevation 23 feet, pretty close to what we're showing, so we're good. We are parked at a 12, 13, 14, just a degree or two shy of 140. So we'll just have to rock this back just a couple of degrees here, like that. Runway direction is indicated by the yellow arrow, but we know we're going to turn to a 1. Was it a 100 or a 110? I got to remind myself. I think it was a 110. Yep. So right turn 110, and then we're going to hold that. That's going to be a 40-mile leg. If we were to say 30 miles to landfall, which we can use as guidance, we can use the VOR, the Molokai VOR on 116.1, and we can certainly do that. So we'll do that once we're airborne, but for right now, we're taking off in this direction, and then we're turning out in this direction. And then, the advisory frequency at Molokai once we get there, 125.7. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to prepare myself to switch over to en route advisories, since this is a little bit of a longer leg. And 30 miles over open water. Again, you'd want to make sure your maintenance is up to date, life preservers on board. 30 miles, if we were to go 12 minutes, and we're getting about 2.5 miles per minute. I think 12 times 2 is 24, and then another 6 is 30. Yeah, so it's going to be 12 minutes over open water. So Madnim says, I just grabbed Touchdown FX. It is a really cool app. Yes, and it is completely freeware, by the way. They have a Discord. The developers has been pretty responsive. Now, I think he might be on vacation or something. He hasn't been really responsive in the last week or two, but he has prior to that been really, really responsive. But yeah, a really nifty app, and certainly validates what I've been saying for a long, long time in terms of, hey, we play this game to predict the touchdown rate in terms of the feet per minute at the moment the wheels hit the runway surface, but that is certainly not what we're using to say, oh, this was a good landing and oh, this was a bad landing. No, no, no. Alright, so we're departing in that 0-4 direction, so that means we're going to be taxiing in a 2-2 direction. What's the place called again? Kaneohe Bay traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 4 for a VFR southeastbound departure, Kaneohe Bay. Alright, so taking off on runway 4 means we're taxiing toward runway 22, taxiing toward a 2-2 direction rather. Get to the beginning of runway 4, so that all seems to make good sense. Mad Noob says, how dare you, it's not a game. No, I mean the game that we play in terms of the predictions, the drawing and such. Alright, pitot, heat, fuel pump, landing lights, strobe lights. That part certainly is a game. And Mad Noob, actually, to our point, we're actually validating that point even further by saying the feet per minute is just a game. It has nothing to do with whether it's a good or bad landing. So we're kind of saying all the things that reinforce the same point, right? You're not predicting whether I'm making a good or bad landing. You're predicting a number which is essentially a game. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, mix is full. Takeoff power's coming at you. Okay, right rudder in, left aileron to counter it, and up we go. Pitch for the 105. Okay, let's get the rudder input out gently. Yeah, gently, I said. Okay, definitely not returning to that pavement. We can get gear up, get flaps up. Pitch to maintain the 105. Go ahead and get the fuel pump off and bring the RPMs off the red line, manifold pressure down to 24 also. So 24, pitch to maintain 105, and as soon as we're comfortable with the terrain on the right hand side, you can go ahead and turn out to a 110 heading. Already kind of see our destination out there. So an A320 pilot for Allegiant says, we aim for 120 feet per minute and no more than a 1.5 G. But the most important part is the G and not the feet per minute. Yeah, they may not even have, I'm sure they have a G, an accelerometer that tells them what the G-force upon landing was. They may not even have what we have in the sim as in terms of an indicator of what the feet per minute descent was at the moment the wheels touched. You know, but an accelerometer certainly would be able to tell you the G's rather easily. And easily and accurately. Alright, we're going to level it at 2,500. We're going to roll out on the 110. We're going to mark the time at 10:33 Eastern. So, quarter till the hour Eastern time, we should be pretty much over the shoreline. Although, like I said, we can see the shoreline. So that becomes a bit of a trivial consideration. Alright, now, let's not pick up all this extra altitude. Well, I mean, we're over water. It's not going to hurt to have extra altitude. If we can pick up, matter of fact, if we can pick up some extra altitude without endangering ourselves in terms of cloud clearance, it probably wouldn't hurt to do that. So the plane sends all that to ops at shutdown, whether you like it or not, yeah. Interesting. I had not ever heard a real-world airline pilot say that they have a feet per minute indication, but of course, like I said, the G meter would almost be, fairly trivial for them to have. It's equipment that's been out there for ages. Accelerometers are what inertial navigation systems have been built on. So for decades, those have been extremely accurate. All about that space back with us. Thank you very kindly for the raid. Appreciate the continued support of the channel, and good to see you again. Been a little bit. Hope all's been well. Got Kev's Sim Corner checking in with us as well. Thank you, guys. We're finishing up our final leg of the evening. We're doing some flying in the Hawaiian Islands and the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We're knocking out the final airports in the Honolulu Control Facilities Pilot Passport Challenge on VATSIM. Yeah, Impossible Face is adding to that. Since what I've tended to hear is that they want to be between 1.2 to 1.4 Gs on touchdown. Yeah, I've never heard a real airline captain outside of the sim talk about feet per minute at touchdown. That's to me, in my experience and my conversations that I've had, that is very much a sim thing. And if you're under 100 feet per minute, 3 landings in a row, they consider that dangerous. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. So Mad Noob, when you grease it on too lightly, the main safety considerations are, if you don't get it down firmly enough, it might not automatically deploy the spoilers and auto brake. If you're in any kind of a crosswind situation, gusty situation, situation with compromised runway traction, and you're not transferring the weight from the wings to the wheels expediently enough, you're jeopardizing, sideways traction issues. Yeah, all sorts of reasons where the butter landing is not necessarily what you're aiming for in the real world versus a sim. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of saying the same things. That's what I meant by compromised traction. But yeah, we're basically saying the same thing with different words. So all about that space is sadly I can't go to Expo this year because of work. Yeah, same for me. This will be the first one I'll have missed. Golden Doodle says it's bedtime for Say Again, Jim. All right, Jim. Good to talk to you, man. Yeah, same for me. All about that space, same for me. Unavoidable work conflict for me this year. Not something I can reschedule. Not something I can talk my way out of or call in sick for. This will be the 7th Flight Sim Expo, and it'll be the first one that I cannot attend. You know, and the funny thing is that, you know, this will be the 5th year that it could potentially have conflicted with, you know, this event that my town also has in June, and it's only the 1st year that they're on the same dates. Mad Noob says, yeah, for some reason I can't land in calm winds. I mess it up every time. The better the crosswind, the better my landing. Sometimes it just works that way, man. Changes your focus, right? You're focusing on different things. Well, one might say maybe those are the things that you should be focusing on every time. Yeah, but I can't be critical, man. I feel you. I'm just making some minor adjustments to keep 22, 22, and 14. Oh, Impossible says it's displaced thresholds that are what throw me off usually. Yeah, we've had a few of those, you know, kind of really bizarre ones tonight as well. All right, so I did say we could get the VOR tuned in. The VOR is going to put us basically on a 4-mile final if we track directly toward it. So we can do that, and that'll give us a nice distance countdown as well. So let's tune that in, 116.1. Doing a little bit of, we've been VFR all night, but we are indeed going to be using a little bit of slant alpha navigation. We'll finally do something to honor the name of the channel for the first time in a long time. So 16.1, we're 23.7 miles and counting down, and we can spin the course knob. It doesn't really matter what radial we are on, but whatever radial we are on, we can just spin that until it centers, and then lo and behold, that's the radial we can track in directly to the VOR. Right? There's two. I'll say there's 3 main ways you can use a VOR station. We'll say 4 main ways. 4 main ways. If you're tracking along a conventional airway and you're using the VOR to track that airway, well, then you would tune the frequency of the station. You'd identify the station to make sure that you're tuned to the one you think you are. I'm bad about that. I don't do that in the sim. But tune to the station. Make sure you are tuned to the one you think you are. Then in that first case, you're going to set the course to a number that comes off of the chart that represents a certain airway. And then you're going to use this deviation needle to find your way to an intercept of that airway, and then you're going to track that airway on that prescribed set course, inbound or outbound, either inbound toward the VOR or outbound away from the VOR. But you're going to set the course based on what course the airway is, and that course is represented on the chart. We look here. We've got a Victor airway that comes into this on a 273, which inbound would be a 093. So that'd be method number 1. We're not doing that. Method number 2 is you can track in toward this VOR on any radio. It doesn't have to be one of the ones on the chart. We happen to be tracking in on, well, I'll tell you. We don't know. A little bit higher than a 093. We're tracking inbound to it on about a 105, it looks like. So we'll delete that point there. So we're coming into it. That'd be a 270. That'd be a 280. We're coming into it kind of at that angle. All right, something like that, pretty close to that. So it doesn't matter that it's not a radial that's on a chart. This gauge, this analog gauge, has no way of knowing what's on a chart and what's not on a chart. Right? It is a electronic, not even electronic. It's an electric gauge that translates your deviation into this information mechanically, so it has no way of comparing what comes off of the phased radio signal and comparing that to what's on a paper chart in front of you or on an electronic chart in front of you. All it knows is it translates the difference between those signals into a deviation that you tune by setting this arrow, and then the needle goes left or right to indicate whether you're left or right of that intended course. The intended course in our case is direct from wherever we happen to have wound up, so we don't need to set it to a specific number. We can just set it to whatever number happens to center that needle, and then we'll follow that in. That's method number 2. Method number 3 would be, well, we're not necessarily tracking directly toward it or tracking directly away from it, but we can just take an instant gander at what direction we are to or from it and how far we are from it, and then we can use that to plot an instant location of where we are. Right, so if we were to blank out this entire route, maybe we're not tracking directly toward the VOR, maybe we're trying to track directly toward the airport. But at this instant, and we're kind of drifting around anyway, at this instant, we are on well, the VOR is this way, so we're outbound, we're on a 270, 280, we're on a 283. 283 at 14 miles. Okay, well, if we were at MKA 283014, well, right now, that's where we are. So that's the third way. Point, bearing, and distance. You might not be tracking directly to it or directly away from it, but in that instant, you can determine your position relatively high degree of accuracy based on that moment's point, bearing, and distance reference. That'd be the third way. And then fourth and final way would be following an arc, navigating a course that keeps you at a constant distance from that VOR. And that's what you would do in certain approach procedures that have you track an arced path around the VOR and then joining the final approach course. So lots of different ways you can track a VOR. Right now, though, let's focus on our arrival. We're just about ready to arrive here. 125.7 is the common traffic advisory frequency. So we'll go ahead and tune that in. 5, 7. Swap that in. We're still monitoring guard on COM 2, but on COM 1 we're getting ready to transmit and receive on the common traffic advisory frequency. We know that the VOR is right on the edge of the delta, so we know that the VOR is 4 miles from the airport. And if we're 10 miles from the VOR, well, then we're 14 miles from the airport. Molokai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is 14 miles west of the airport, 3,500 descending. We're going to set up for a right base entry to runway 5, full stop Molokai. Alright, so in order to stay away from the high terrain, I'm going to pass, we're going to do a path kind of like this. We're going to pass north of Elio Point, and then we're going to come in kind of like that, and then kind of down like that. Field elevation 342. Mad Noob says way number 5 is break out the iPad and open 4 flight. No. Plane number 5 is cheating, man. Come on. Slant Alpha Adventures. This is the only plane I get to teach this stuff in anymore. 3/4 of our aircraft in our hangar are no longer Slant Alpha. You gotta indulge me, man. I mean, Mad Noob, you might as well say Method 5. Look at VATSIM radar. Basically the same thing. Field elevation 340 something. We'll call it 400. So pattern altitude 1400. However, with the terrain, we might need to keep a few extra 100 feet there. So I'm going to aim for 2,000 here in the descent. We're still well above 3,000. So. I'm not going to worry about speed yet. We are going to spin the props up to 2,400. Power's backed down. Mix is full rich. Go ahead and get the fuel pumps on. Yeah, it's somewhere in this valley. We kind of come around this. I haven't landed here in a while, but you kind of come around into this valley, and then it's left base. Like it might be like right in here, or this might be it right here. Matter of fact, I think that is it. But that's okay. I mean, we'll come around kind of follow this road almost around the valley, and then make a left into the final for runway 5. I'm going to set the green arrow to represent runway 5, since we are we're using the yellow arrow to point us toward the VOR. The VOR puts us on a 4-mile final. We could go on a shorter final, that's no problem, but I just want to kind of keep track of where that VOR is, so we'll continue to recenter that arrow as it changes. Alright, so there's 3,000, but yeah, we want to... We want to bring the aircraft into a nice gentle descent down to 2,000. And then end on a left... Yeah, that's gonna be the runway there. Yep, so we'll cut down this way, just past this little hill, and then left base for runway 5. Molokai traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor. It's about 10 miles north and west. 2,800 descending. We're going to enter a left base, runway 5, full stop, Molokai. Alright, friends, you can put in your predictions for one final time tonight in terms of the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary on this channel for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative, and that'll represent your guess as to the feet per minute at the moment the wheels strike the runway surface. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will be pulling just under a month from now, since we did just do the drawing yesterday. Next one will be on June the 24th. Melvin Leroy is here. Melvin, how are you? Got the fuel pump on already? Yep, okay. Yeah, so I think we're pointed directly at the airport now. The arrow is going to point us directly to the VOR, but I don't need to go all the way to a 4-mile final. We can go to a little bit of a shorter base turn, but I do believe that what I'm looking at is the airport there. And since we are now kind of entering the pattern, let's go ahead and start getting speed under control. Since we're under 150, the gear can come out. That'll help us slow down. And then once we get below the white arc there, our first of 3 notches of flaps can come out as well. That should drop a few more miles per hour. Again, the gauge is in miles per hour, not knots. So I'm not misspeaking when I say that. In fact, when I say knots, I'm misspeaking. In this aircraft, at least. Now, if you look really closely at this gauge, it does have the knots indicator, like, right in the center there. But the big numbers on the outside, those are in miles an hour. Those are what I normally refer to. And look at this. Look at this crabbing we're doing on approach to this airport too. Again, the wind is mostly down the center line. So I think once we get turned on to final, it shouldn't be too bad. But certainly we're coming in at kind of almost a 30-degree crab angle to maintain our base course here. Alright, I do think it's time to drop a little bit more traffic. Yeah, 13 gusting to 27. Yeah, I know. I'm coping with that pretty much the entire night. Alright, second notch of flaps coming in. Keep the predictions coming, friends. Molokai traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's about a 3-mile left base for runway 5, full stop, Molokai. Alright, prop and mixer full, fuel pumps on, final notch of flaps coming in. Alright, and we'll try and get the speed down to 80. Molokai traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor. Short left base to final, runway 5, full stop, Molokai. Okay, alignment's decent. A little low, maybe. Speed's coming down. Add a little power to keep the speed from falling off too much here. Does look like we're crabbing. Got the nose over to the right, so left rudder to counter that. Alright, pretty happy. Now, it did seem like once we got weight onto the wheels, the plane was indeed crabbing left pretty hard. I felt like I had the crosswind, more or less figured out in it. But we were tracking down the center line pretty well until we got onto the wheels. So I don't know what it's going to register that crab angle as. I was happy, though. Impossible Faces prediction. Did that come into the chat before the wheels touched down, guys? You'll have to let me know. Otherwise, we'll maybe go back and watch it. Strobes off, landing lights off, Ito and fuel pump off, and flaps are stowed. And let's get we'll get the You made it in time? Alright, thanks, Regen. Okay, leaned out right to the point where the RPMs drop. I have no idea. I haven't looked at the number. No. As it turns out, it's not going to matter. Never mind. Oh my gosh. We do have a hat trick. Alright, parking brake is on. Tell you what, let's just do the entire shutdown and then we'll go over the... winning numbers there. So, yeah, so mix, I'm sorry, yeah, RPMs to 1,000, mix leaned right to the point where it drops. All the flaps are stowed, lights and stuff were off. Let's go ahead and start by turning all the avionics off. COM 1, NAV 1, COM 2, NAV 2. Transponder, ADF. Avionics switch. Let's do a real quick run up just to 1500. We'll do a little blip to make sure that the mag switch does indeed kill power to the mags, and it does. With that having been tested, we can go ahead and lower the throttle all the way. Mix to cutoff. Okay, mags off the rest of the way. Fuel valves off. Nav light, beacon light off. Get the control lock on. And we can go ahead and pop the latch. Don't worry, I am going to reveal the winner of that. I kind of already did. But I am going to confirm the winner of that final raffle there. We're not really doing a post-flight inspection per se, but we're just, honestly, we're just resetting the static elements, tie-down, chocks, both sides. Got the pitot cover. Got the final tie down and back. And then we'll wrap up all the stuff out of the luggage compartment and close that up. And then we should be able to close that up. And close that up. Alright, is that the... Well, let's get a better angle. Ooh, I like that one. That's a nice one to close on right there, huh? Alright, very good. Okay, well, let's go over that final landing, guys. It was a pretty good one, I think. The number that registered was 48. Iowa Scotsman was only 5 away, but guess what? Mad Noob with the 50 is only 2 away. That means Mad Noob picked up 3 out of the 5 tonight. Wow. We were dialed in. That's almost scary. PHMK Molokai here on 525. So congrats for the hat trick. We got It's Daily and Say Again Jim picking up the other 2. But yeah, so you're now entered into the drawing that will take place a month from yesterday. June the 24th will be when we do that drawing, and the winner, of course, gets their choice of any of the Slant Alpha prize vault items. That includes the branded merch items, a t-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or if you don't want any of that stuff, you can choose an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com as your prize. So that drawing will happen on June the 24th, and don't have to be here to be present to win. If you win, I'll contact you via Twitch Whispers or on our Discord server, and you can let me know what your prize will be. But anyway, we got a whole month's worth of landings to collect before we get to that point. But U5 or U3, really U3, and then three from Mad Noob and 2 others. You guys are the first entries into our June 24th landing rate raffle. Grumpy Trucker stopping in to say hi. Grumpy Trucker, good to make your acquaintance, but we are just about to close up shop for the evening, so I apologize for the bad timing. That's 2 days before your birthday, Mad Noob. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, certainly, I would say that you have an excellent chance, based on tonight's results, of picking up a win there on June 24th. So, right now, you're the overwhelming favorite, but we'll see how that changes between now and then. All right, well, let's take a more detailed look at that final landing, huh? So yeah, crab angle, wow, it even made a bigger deduction. We got a 78 out of 100 because the crab angle exceeded 5 degrees. You know, and again, I felt like I was tracking down the center line very well, but as soon as we got on the wheels, the plane just veered off to the side. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong to fix that. You know, I mean, if the plane's pointed down the center line and tracking down the center line, I'm just not sure what else I could or should be doing. Let's look at the telemetry at least, and we'll see what it shows. Right in the touchdown zone, that part I was happy with. Center line was pretty good. Yeah, and really, honestly, in all these other regards, it thinks I'm pitched a little too high, probably. Yeah, possibly, because I'm really trying to bring the speed down as much as I can. Center line 9 out of 10, but everything else perfect scores pretty much. But that crab angle was really a thing, and boy, I agree. Like I said, I felt it. You could even see it here. Immediately after the touchdown zone, the plane's veering left because of the crab angle was so high, and then once the weight got on those wheels, it just took off right in that direction. You know what? I'll have to play with this a little bit more. But I wonder, sometimes when I'm in this aircraft, I'm trying to line up the runway with the front of the cowling, and I sometimes wonder if I'm fooling myself into thinking I'm aligned, whereas from a parallax standpoint, I'm probably misaligned, and I wonder if that has something to do with it. You know, maybe I'll try to use this little I don't know if that's a vent or defroster vent, probably. I wonder if I line up better on this defroster vent, maybe I'll stop fooling myself into thinking I'm aligned when I'm really off. We'll try that. Next time we fly this plane, we'll have to kind of maybe remind ourselves. So maybe that's part of what's going on. Ah, ruined my closing shot. All right, let's not get hit by a bus, guys. Everybody watch your step. We're on the active ramp here. Watch your step. Watch your step. There we go. All right, friends. Well, thanks again for riding along daily. You were the one that flew along with us earlier, so thank you very kindly for that. And appreciate everybody who stopped in the chat, said hello this evening, and also for those who participated in our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure, of course, we always start with an image description that we feed into ChatGPT, and we have it create an image that becomes the thumbnail when we upload this stream to YouTube. This image becomes the thumbnail, and that's why we always try to make it relatively relevant to what we're doing on the stream that evening. My wife and I had recently seen a TV series called The White Lotus, the first season of which took place in Hawaii, so we turned myself and the furry co-pilots into the White Slantas for the evening. We got lots of stuff that you guys decided to add, including the fruity drinks, the religious garb, the volcano, the float planes. We made it an Asobo original rather than an HBO original. We had a bunch of little elements there. So that was a fun one. Thank you guys for all of your participation in that, and we'll get this all uploaded too. We'll put the series into Discord just so you guys can kind of watch it, look through, and see how it panned out to the way it was. But then this final one will end up as our thumbnail for the YouTube stream, YouTube archive of the stream. All right, friends. Well, thanks for being with us. We are typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. We are on that schedule for the next few weeks. We've kind of had to vary it up quite a bit recently through different events that we had some personal travel we had to do, work obligations, kind of disrupt that schedule sometimes. But for the next few weeks, pretty consistently on that Monday, Wednesday, Friday rotation, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is our normal start time, 2300 Zulu Time. And the next one is Wednesday. We're going to be in the Fly Somewhere Lear 35. We've got a event hosted by the Houston ARTCC, which is called Texas Turnarounds. And they're staffing up the very southern tip of the state of Texas, down by Brownsville, kind of where we ended the most recent season of River Run. We rode the Rio Grande all the way from Castle Lake, Colorado, all the way out to the Gulf, and ended right there in the southern tip of Texas. And so they'll be staffing up all of the area down there on the very southern portion of the state, right there by the Mexico border. And we're going to do a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. Have not yet decided where the base and the origin and the destination is going to be, but what we do when we fly that in that Lear 35 from Fly Somewhere, we choose a base where our charter company is based at, fictionally of course. We have a fictional group that's going from point A to point B. Well, we do end up doing a three-hopper. We do the first hop is from our charter base to the group's pickup point. The second hop is what they call the revenue leg. This is the leg that we're taking the group from their pickup point to their drop-off point, and then the third hop will be from their drop-off point back to our base of operations. So that'll be the program on Wednesday, starting at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time, and again, the Fly Somewhere Lear 35. The full show schedule is underneath the About tab. The fuller show schedule is over on our Discord server. The one on our Discord server goes all the way out through the end of the month of June, so you'll know not only what nights we'll be on. Of course, as I said, we do occasionally have to change the schedule up due to this or that personal or work obligation, but you'll know what nights we're going to be on, but you'll know what we're going to be up to. We fly this aircraft, we fly the Fly Somewhere Lear 35, we fly the BAE 146 from Just Flight, and then we fly the PMDG 737-800 series. So a mix of general aviation, business jet flying, vintage airliner, and modern airliner flying on the channel, and of course also some VATSIM air traffic control from time to time on the channel as well. So check out that full show schedule. You'll know specifically which days we're going to be on and which days we're going to be off, but you'll also get a sense of what you expect us to be up to on any given day on any of those streams. All right, we mentioned the Discord server. The link's on the lower left, right-hand side of your screen, rather. On the lower left is the YouTube channel. We mentioned that as well in terms of where we upload our flight broadcasts after we're done. But we've also got a playlist over there called VATSIM Tutorials. So if you are considering getting on the VATSIM network with us, but not sure what to say to controllers or how to read sectionals or how to put a route together or how to file your flight plan with all the navigation equipment codes and such, we've got some resources you can check out on that YouTube channel and avail yourselves of them. And if you have questions about them after you've looked at them, you've got the comments section right there on those videos. You're more than welcome to use to ask for clarification or additional information, or come find us on that aforementioned Discord. Links once again on the lower right-hand side of your screen. And it's a pretty newbie-friendly community there. Come on over and ask whatever questions you might have about the hobby. All right, we are going to close up shop then We are going to hit up a very good friend, Ibanez Player 200, as our raid target this week. So let me get that typed in. What is he up to? He is flying an 18-hour stream for Memorial Day. Well, he's 15 hours in, so he's still going to be on for a few hours yet. He is flying an airliner twin-engine medium of some sort. I can't tell if it's the 737 or if it's an Airbus. Flying as American Airlines. Can't tell where he's started and where he's going. Oh no, he's going Chicago to DCA. Not sure whether he's doing that on VATSIM or not, but he's flying Chicago to DCA, and looks like he's got a ways to go yet. So hopefully you'll be able to ride along with him and enjoy his stream. Tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love, and guys, we will see you back here on Wednesday from Southern Texas in the cockpit of that Fly Somewhere Lear 35. Well, between now and then, hope that you have a good start to your week, and that you're happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures between now and then. Take care, friends. We'll talk to you soon.